สวัสดีครับ1 2 3 4 5ไปละทดสอบ1 2 3 4จะเพย์เหรอ1โอเค
จิ้มตรงจุดเอาบีระบบค่ะเสียบแล้วค่ะ
You so everything you don't use in the outside because it's the control. You can only use here. You can no don't do something in the behind. Okay. Sorry, no.
เมื่อกี้
And another if you want to have behind you. Okay.
เอาเท่าไหร่อ่ะ
Hello, hello, mic test 1, 2, 3. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. Good morning, dear participants. In the duration of the international conference, please be reminded to to keep your phone on silent mode. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Can we kindly request for our speakers to please be in their seats as we will resume shortly. Senior Voctex International Conference will start in 5 minutes. May we kindly request for you to be seated. Okay. Can we kindly request also the participants who are seated at the back right now to please fill in the seats in front of you? For the participants seated at the back of the hall, please kindly move your way to the seats in front. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. A very good morning and salam sejahtera. Sawadee ka. Dr. Pichat Popakdi, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, Thailand, His Excellency Pangeran Sahari Pangeran Saleh, the Ambassador of Brunei Darussalam to the Kingdom of Thailand, Mr. Alias bin Haji Abu Bakar, Center Director, Simeo Voktak, Dr. Kamerswaran Jayaraja, Research, Evaluation and Assessment Specialist, Simeo Secretary, Thailand, Governing Board members and representative of Simeo member countries, Simeo Voktak Center Directors, Deputy Directors, High Commissioners, Ambassadors, and representative from associate member and affiliate members, esteemed guests, audience from all over the region and beyond joining us today. Welcome to Simeo Voktak International Conference on Digitalizing and Greening of Tvet for Sustainable Development, in conjunction with Simeo Voktak's 33rd Governing Board meeting in collaboration with OVEC, Office of Vocational Education Commission, supported by GIZ Tvet in partnership with Simeo Secretariat, Thailand. Marking the opening of today's event will be Center Director of Simeo Voktak, Mr. Alias Haji Abu Bakar, who will be delivering his remarks. Honorable guests, please welcome Mr. Alias.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya mursalin Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wasahbihi ajma'in. Very welcome to our esteemed guest of honor, His Excellency Dr. Pichat Popakdi, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, Thailand. His Excellency Pangeran Sahari Pangeran Saleh, the Ambassador of Brunei Darussalam to the Kingdom of Thailand. Dr. Kamerswaran Jayaraja, Research, Evaluation and Assessment Specialist on behalf of our Simeo Secretary Director, Thailand, all our members, representatives of Simeo member countries, and Simeo Center Directors, our keynote speakers, Professor Dr. George Sputter from University of Bremen, Germany, Dr. Margarita Favlova, Director, Univoc Center, Hong Kong, and Mr. Julian Magnet, Green Job Specialist for International Labour Organization, ILO. All our panelists representing Simeo countries, ASEAN Secretariat, universities, industry partners, as well as our moderators. Management and staff of Simeo Voktak and Office of Vocational Education Council of Thailand, all our invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Sawadee. I am pleased to welcome all of you to Simeo Voktak's International Conference in conjunction with our 33rd Governing Board meeting, which was held yesterday. Today's International Conference has been specially arranged in the spirit of information sharing and networking amongst various stakeholders in the Tvet industry. As the Regional Center for Tvet Training, it's our role to disseminate current information and share the latest happenings in the Tvet industry, be it regionally or beyond, to fulfill our mandate of capacity building and sustainable development of vocational and technical education in ASEAN. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, digital and greening are the new emerging trends in Tvet for its sustainability. As you know, we can't have one without the other. Our counterparts in the West have already begun their digitalization and greening initiatives, and now it is time for us to integrate and incorporate these initiatives in the ASEAN Tvet landscape. Digital transformation has been swiftly happening in various sectors and have accelerated due to COVID-19. During the pandemic, we were aware of how important it was to be digitally ready, as it was the only way that we could work, study, and connect. As such, it is crucial for Tibet to embark on its digitalization process for it to maintain its relevancy in the digital era. With the consequences of the fourth industrial revolution, IR 4.0, where the landscape of education and work has drastically changed, it is time for us to create digital innovations, adopt new digital technologies, and be prepared to work and study in a digital environment. Similarly, another emerging trend in the green paradigm, which is equally crucial for sustainability. It is reported that in Asia alone, there will be about 50 million green jobs in the next coming years, which will then require green skills that can only be obtained through appropriate training and development. Therefore, in order to be sustainable, Tvet providers need to develop and design a green curriculum. Tvet instructors should be trained to teach green embedded content and use green-friendly technologies in their training. In view of these new emerging trends, the focus of this conference is to provide the participants with a solid understanding of digitalization and greening from the experts. The keynote speakers and panelists invited to this event will address the concerns and opportunities of digitalization and greening from various perspectives. This would be the viewpoints of policymakers. Tvet providers, universities, development agencies, and relevant players. Our aim is for this conference to provide participants with a holistic view of these two emerging trends and to understand how various sectors are tackling and creating novel paths by employing both digitalization and greening for sustainable development of Tibet. We hope that the discussion today will show us how we can use innovative technologies to enable green development and drive a wider digital inclusion in Tibet around ASEAN. This conference has been designed to capture the effective and good practices of institutions, the various national policies put in place to counter the problems faced, and the responses of the industry players who continue to support and facilitate the growth and sustainability of the industry. We hope that the conference will be insightful and interesting for participants to learn and understand the responses of the wider population to the challenges of the digital and greening Tibet for its sustainable development. Over the past 2 years, we have been taught to be proactive, agile, and adaptive in response to the changes that we encounter. It is in such times that we need to gain insight from each other of innovative ideas, good policies, and practices that will enable us to grow and be resilient in our current volatile world. His Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, in addition to the conference, we will also be having 2 launches today. Firstly, the launching of the private sector page on our Tibet knowledge platform, Tvet.net. The inclusion of the private sector page is to encourage and engage the private sector and industry to the success of any Tibet system. I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge and express our appreciation to Ms. Siti Rusmelianti, Dato' Sela in the East Abdul Rahman, the ex-chairman of ASEAN Business Advisory Council, for her contributions towards the private sector page. Today, we will also launch the collaboration of Simibotech and Nisai Group Limited UK on the functional English program for Tvet teachers in the Southeast Asia. We hope that this program will strengthen the English proficiency of Tvet teachers in the region. I'm very pleased that we are able to have these two launches today, and it signifies Simibotech's continuous effort in raising the bar of quality Tvet system across ASEAN and beyond. On this note, I would like to express my deepest appreciation, firstly, to the Ministry of Education Thailand and Tvet for your strong support and backing for us to host this event today. I also take the opportunity to thank the Ministry of Education Brunei, who has given us their support and trust to organize this international event here in Bangkok. My heartfelt thanks and appreciation to all our distinguished keynote speakers and panelists. Thank you for your kindly accepting our invitation in spite of your busy schedules and for your willingness to be part of our event today. Your strong support has really given a boost to this conference. Last but not least, to all our participants from the international countries, from ASEAN and from Thailand, who are present with us today, and those who are joining us through the live streaming on YouTube, we greatly appreciate your strong support and participation in this conference. And the time that you spend with us today would be an investment in your professional and personal development. We sincerely hope that this conference will serve as a platform to enrich your knowledge about the current world of work with regards to digitalization and greening. I must say that with the lineup of speakers that we have today from various key international agencies and member countries, we are sure to be rewarded with a wealth of information and insight. Finally, to all my management and staff and Tvet staff who have worked tirelessly over the last few months to get ready for the conference, my sincere thanks to all of you. May this be a successful conference, a great platform for exchanging and sharing ideas, networking, and opportunity to meet so many of you in person after the long absence. All the best, and together we excel. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Alias, for the opening address and for sharing the audience the purpose and intent of today's conference. Following the speech by Simeo Voctec Center Director, we are pleased to share a welcoming address from Simeo Secretariat Director, Dr. Ethel Pascual Valenzuela. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome.
Your Excellency, Ms. Trino Thientong, Minister of Education of Thailand, distinguished officers, Mr. Sompong Pandang, Deputy Secretary General of the Office of Vocational Education Commission of Thailand, Honorable Mr. Alias Haji Abubakar, Center Director of Simeo Voctec, valued keynote speakers, panelists, and moderators, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you from Simeo Secretariat here in Bangkok, Thailand. As the Simeo Secretariat, we are very, very proud of our Regional Center for Vocational and Technical Education and Training, Simeo Voctec, for having organized this fantastic and timely conference on digitalizing and greening of Tvet for sustainable development. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Office of Vocational Education Commission and the Ministry of Education in Thailand for the support to make this event possible. Today, we are addressing key issues on not only in technical education, but on the future of our peoples. Every day, we see the impact of climate change and the limitations of our natural resources became more apparent. Consequently, environmental sustainability has evolved as a critical benchmark for all societies. As the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization, we proactively advocate for fostering of a sustainable mindset among our peoples, for implementing proactive change across all levels of the society, global economy towards a green transformation. Green skills will become increasingly important for all sectors and occupations as sustainable development is rising on the political and economic agenda. And technological development is driving growth in renewable and green technologies. Tvet is well suited to supply this new skill demand, offering workplace competencies related to this issue. While our demand for green skills is increasing, education and training responses in many countries have been slow to respond. For our learners to consider green in their studies and everyday life, we must focus on embedding sustainability in the Tvet curricula, in training regulations, in the future workplace, and in society to advance sustainable development. At the same time, we also must consider how the introduction of new technology and tools can be utilized to make Tibet delivery itself more sustainable and accessible, to foster a green mindset inside and outside of formal education and training settings. At CMEO, we put great emphasis in transforming education towards inclusiveness, quality, and sustainability through the work of our regional centers. To achieve this, we need to engage everyone, from students to policymakers, from teachers to trainers, and education providers, linking it with companies. Let me congratulate Simeo Voctec for doing exactly this and bringing us all here today to discuss the challenges and opportunities that come with digitalizing and greening Tibet for sustainable development. The Simeo Secretariat sincerely appreciates the effort of Simeo Voctec management as well as Simeo Voctec staff officials in conducting this conference. Because of your hard work, we are looking towards an exciting day of enriching and engaging discussion. I wish you all a successful, insightful, and memorable event. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Dr. Ethel. Our utmost appreciation and heartfelt thanks to Dr. Ethel for her constant support to Sumio Voctec's endeavors. Ladies and gentlemen, now let us give a warm welcome to His Excellency Dr. Pichat Popakdi, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, Thailand, to give his address.
Your Excellency, Penkiran Haji Sahari, Penkiran Haji Saleh, Ambassador of Brunei Darussalam to the Kingdom of Thailand, Dr. Kamaliswaran Jayalacha, on behalf of the Director of the CBO Secretariat, Mr. Alis bin Haji Abu Bakar, Director of CBO Vortex Regional Center, Flying Officer Somporn Pandam, Deputy Secretary General of OVEC, Ministry of Education Thailand, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Ministry of Education of Thailand, I would like to thank CMO Voctec and OVEC for inviting me at the opening ceremony of the international conference today. Congratulations to CMO WorkTech and OVEC for organizing this international conference to address important and urgent issues on sustainable development. At this moment, we are experiencing a rapid change in technology and workforce requirements that education and training providers should respond to provide relevant competencies for our graduates. At a national level, many countries have come up with strategic policy in response to the industrial revolution, such as Thailand 4.0, Singapore Smart Nation Initiative, Malaysia Industry 4W are the unlocking Indonesia's digital opportunity, etc. Parallel to the initiative for modernizing industry, education and training systems, we are also facing serious sustainable development issues. Climate change has brought about natural disaster. Tvet, as the major education and training provider for preparing our future workforce, must be in the forefront in addressing a sustainable development issue. Therefore, Tvet graduates must have a green mindset and green skills. Likewise, together with industry, government must be able to develop green economies for creating green jobs. If we can synergize these efforts, digitalizing and greening Tvet, we will be able to contribute significantly to sustainable development in which both economic and environmental sustainability can be assured. Now we can no longer afford to ignore one pillar of education for sustainable development over the others. The three pillars, including economic, socio-cultural, and environmental, must be considered simultaneously. I'm very hopeful that this international conference will be able to contribute to the SDGs. Together, let's make a higher impact on sustainable development by creating realistic statements as a reminder that we can no longer think and behave in ways that will jeopardize the future of our next generation. In that sense, this is certainly an excellent avenue for participants to share, discuss, and identify innovative Tvet policies and practices from across the Southeast Asian region and beyond. I look forward to hearing about the outcomes of the conference. Let me take this opportunity to thank all the keynote speakers, panelists, the organizers, CMO WorkTech, OVEC, and supporting partners, GIZ, Legal Tvet, for such a timely conference. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Have a good day.
Thank you, His Excellency Dr. Pichait Papakdi, for your welcoming remarks, and more importantly, for gracing today's event. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, may we now present to you CMO WorkTech's conference launching video.
That was Semio Voctec's conference video. Following the video for Semio Voctec International Conference is the announcement of a new endeavor by Semio Voctec in close partnership with GIZ Tvet under the umbrella of the Joint Project Regional Knowledge Platform Tvet.net. Ladies and gentlemen, may we present to you private sector page.
Tvet.net, the one-stop hub for technical and vocational education and training, information in Southeast Asia. The most comprehensive knowledge collection for Tvet learning and collaboration, Tvet.net is home to news, publications, e-learning opportunities, and regional events calendar, offering policymakers and stakeholders from the education sector with useful information to advance Tvet in the region. But what about the private sector? We know the involvement of businesses in skills development is crucial for the quality and relevance of training. However, the private sector continues to be underrepresented in the Tvet dialogue. Although Tvet represents a viable solution to one of the most pressing challenges for companies in ASEAN, creating a skilled and resilient workforce to remain competitive in the changing world of work. It is time to empower companies to get more active in skills development. Our goal is to guide companies in understanding their role in skills development and help them to get started. Therefore, Tvet.net has created the private sector page, a knowledge hub for Tvet information, catering specifically to the demands of the business world. Whether businesses are just starting their skills development journey or are already experienced, we provide tailor-made information for everyone. Not sure whether Tvet is a net positive for companies? Become interested by the proven benefits of implementing Tvet. Receive monetary support to get started in Tvet. Identify incentives provided by national governments. Afraid of starting from zero? Find practice cases or be guided by Tvet information relevant to the private sector. Sounds interesting? Then find many more services on our page. With the private sector page, companies finally have a comprehensive and hands-on overview to start engaging in skills development. Easy to understand, up-to-date, and directly actionable. Let's strengthen the collaboration among all relevant Tvet partners for creating a higher skilled and work-ready labor force in the ASEAN region. Visit the private sector page by Tvet.net and spread the word.
That was the launching of Tvet.net private sector page. To our valued guests, please continue to look forward to all the new knowledge hub connecting Tvet information and the business world. Semio Voctec looks forward to strengthening the collaboration among all relevant Tvet partners for creating a higher skilled and work-ready labor force in the ASEAN region. Following the showcase of the private sector page is the launching of the collaboration between Semio Voctec and NISAI on the functional English program for Tvet teachers in Southeast Asia. how was the launching of NISAI, our program on functional English for Tvet teachers in Southeast Asia in collaboration with CEMIA VOCTEC? Following the video presentations, the Regional Tvet Center would like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude to the Minister of Education, Thailand, for the support in CEMIA VOCTEC's international conference. May we invite CEMIA VOCTEC Center Director, Mr. Alias Haji Abubakar, onto the stage to present a souvenir to our guest of honor, His Excellency Dr. Pichad Papakdi, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, Thailand. Following the souvenir presentation is a group photo session. May we invite our guest of honor, Dr. Pichad Papakdi, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, Thailand, His Excellency Pangeran Sahari Pangeran Saleh, the Ambassador of Brunei Darussalam to the Kingdom of Thailand, Mr. Alias bin Haji Bubakar, Center Director of CEMIA VOCTEC, Dr. Kamalaswaran Jayaraja, Research Evaluation Assessment Specialist, CEMIA Secretariat, who has attended on behalf of Dr. Ethel, CEMIA VOCTEC Deputy Directors, our Honorable Keynote Speaker, Program Component Manager, GIZ Tvet, Ms. Siripond, CEO of NISAI, Governing Board Members of CEMIA VOCTEC, High Commissioners, Ambassadors, and Representatives from Associate Member and Affiliate Members for a group photo on the stage. May we kindly invite our governing board members of CEMIA VOCTEC and keynote speakers. Thank you, His Excellency Dr. Pichad Papakdi, Deputy Permanent Secretary, for his attendance today. Following the photo session is the anticipated keynote presentation. Please allow me to first introduce our keynote speaker. Since 2015, Professor Dr. Georg Spottel is the Director of the Center of Technology, Work and Tvet at University Bremen and Director of Steinbeck Center Innovet. He is President of the Tvet Research Community in Germany. Until 2015, Professor Dr. Spottel was full-time professor at the University of Bremen and chairholder in the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, as well as engaged at ITB as director and board member. His former positions include a full professorship at the University of Flensburg and directorship of the Department of Occupational Specialization Mechanical Technology. In 1997, Professor Dr. Spottel founded the Institute for Tvet Teacher Qualification at University of Flensburg. During his professorship at University of Flensburg and at University of Bremen, he assumed responsibility for bachelor and master programs for teacher training in mechanical engineering and automotive technology, where he implemented Tvet teacher training concepts and successful improvement of the vocational education science approach. He is a member of the former UNESCO Working Group World Thought Leaders within the Fourth International Revolution and board member of the New York Academy of Science for Digitalisation and Shaping of Education. Professor Dr. Spottel is and has been the scientific director of various national, European, and international research projects, partly in cooperation with globally acting research institutes. May we invite Professor Dr. Georg Spottel onto the stage. The floor is yours.
Good morning, distinguished guest. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the introduction of my person. So you have got an overview that my main focus is teacher training. I would like to thank you, the organizers, for inviting me to this Congress, and I would like to congratulate the organizer for this Congress. It's running parallel to the BIP Congress in Germany, which is also going on today. In my presentation, within the title Digitalization of Tvet, its success, challenges and opportunities, I will cover three main areas. The first, the need of sustainability in all our actions and the relation to Tvet. The second, the requirements of digitalization in the field of Industry 4.0, in the production industry. And third, how the answers of Tvet to all these requirements might look like, with a main focus on digitalization. VUCA, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity, describes the manifold developments our society is confronted with, specifically for education and Tvet. This means that we have to find answers to the requirements because of the changing world, because of sustainability, and because of digitalization in all of our areas we are active. This means we have to make clear how Tvet centers could get more efficient in the output quality and what they can do for inclusion. And the next, what excellence in Tvet means due to the changing work in technology. And the next, how to support flexibility in the design of curricula and Tvet training itself. And how to implement ecological requirements, ecological questions into Tvet training and Tvet profiles in order to support sustainability, and how to ensure efficiency in training by ensuring an educational process. What we are discussing today is not new. Already in 1972, a German minister has opened the debate on questions concerning our future, the future of the whole planet. He was asking whether more quality of life means ever increasing wider roads for more and more cars, more and more larger power plants for more and more energy consumption, more and more larger airports for more and more expanding air travel, more and more pesticides, ever more people, and so on and so on. Today, 50 years later, we are still fighting for the final answers to these very fundamental questions. Tvet is one of the areas which will be deeply confronted with the answers to these questions. All the resources we have available in a year are already used by July of each year. So for this year we have reduced all of the resources which are available for us already. This means that we are living today at tomorrow's expenses. To put it very simple, we are stealing the resources of the next generation. I do hope that all guests in the room are aware of this situation. It is high time to bring together the three dimensions: economic efficiency, in which we are all interested, social responsibility, which is very important for life, and ecological compatibility, in a maxim which calls for action. Their impact should be compatible with the permanence of real human life in our planet. All destruction of future opportunities of life on this planet has to be avoided. Many strategies, many frameworks and political activities are available to support sustainability and education and training. In Europe, we have developed a green framework and greening Tvet initiatives which were worked out by the European Union, but not only by the European Union, also by the European member countries, and very important, by Tvet institutions. We have a European Green Deal, and we have the UNESCO Strategy for Education and Sustainability Development for 2030. In addition, we have some more frameworks for teacher training, for greening occupations, and we have a degrowth society. A new environmental movement are Tvet congresses under the title All Days for Our Future. Just 3 weeks ago we have had our Tvet Congress in Germany under the title All Days for Future, which is coming up more and more. The idea behind this movement is to support the shaping process to build up an environmental friendly world. The overall model which is behind these activities is a so-called socio-technological model. It demonstrates that we need an excellent balance between the technological development, the work organization, and the education to ensure human-friendly socio-economic developments. Only a balance of the three pillars mentioned can help to avoid destruction of the planet. In 1972, the Club of Rome has already made it clear that we are confronted with the limits of growth. Beside of these limits, which mainly means no further use of fossil raw material, the primary target for Tvet has to be to shape a human and ecological-oriented digitalization for the future. This process must be driven by Tvet by education, by politics, and by the elites. The scenarios which are shown in this slide might help to identify our future direction. The so-called automation scenario or the expert scenario. The automation scenario is very much technological driven, and that's the situation we are in just now. There are almost no chances for skilled workers to shape this technology. They only can make use of it. For the ecological dimension and the social dimension of sustainability exists clear limitation when it comes to the further use of these scenarios. In the expert scenario, human beings are in the center of all of the decisions. Should the development process go on in this direction of the expert scenario, and should human beings maintain their capabilities of shaping technology and work processes, they are in the position of taking over responsibility. The chance for an increasing role of sustainability seems to be very high within the expert scenario, and that's the reason why we are favoring the expert scenario. As for Tvet, the shaping process means to bridge Tvet education with sustainable requirements. The ecological triangle has to be the leading idea to ensure sustainability. In many working areas, skilled workers have a lot of impact on following the ecological triangle. The skilled workers are able to influence the use of environmental friendly insulation materials when it comes to building a house, for example. Skilled workers can align the electrical energy systems of a house in an energy-saving way, as for example implementation of smart houses instruments. Skilled workers can also support recycling processes and a lot more. In the next step, I will have a closer look into digitalization in the production industry, and especially in Industry 4.0 as a field of application of digital instruments. So the understanding of myself is that Industry 4.0 is the application field of digitalization. The core questions are still under discussion. Which job profiles will be needed for future work, and which competences do the employers need in the future? Digitalization is being driven forward because of increase of production, and it enables Series 1 production. Digitalization as an Industry 4.0 application is an automation tool. The expectation of the factory planners is that quality and quantity in production can be improved, and therefore more highly qualified employees are necessary. It has to be underpinned that the expectation is more highly qualified employees. Many studies document a high risk for workplaces if Industry 4.0 will be implemented. As for Germany, OECD estimates that around 18% of the workplaces are under risk, and around 35% of the workplaces will change. But we have also some other studies around, for example, from the Labour Institute. Science studies say that only around 30,000 to 50,000 workplaces get lost till 2025 out of 42 million workplaces. That means less as 1% only. But from study to study, we have different outcomes. For the ASEAN market, a key figure from 2016 is that 60% of the salaried workers in Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, and the Philippines in the electrical and electronic industry are under risk. In our studies, and studies from some colleagues in Germany, the outcome is that simple routine activities and such workplaces are no longer relevant. These workplaces are highly under risk. However, highly qualified skilled workers are more in demand as before because of the complex production processes. The McKinsey figure of 2017 is very realistic as according to the findings, approximately 14% of the global workforce is confronted with changes and risks and need transition to new occupational categories. Therefore, the workers have to be qualified, and upskilling will be an important task Tvet centers have to fulfill already today and in the future. With the next slides, I will go a little bit deeper into some outcome of research in the production sector, mainly in Germany. I will not talk about the research methods we have used, I only will come in with the outcomes. One of the main characters of digitalization and Industry 4.0 is the growth in data. The duplication of the performance of computers every 18 months allows to create complex system networks which are integrated in the production machinery. This leads up to the production which is controlled by data. Skilled workers have to be trained in troubleshooting and repair these networks. When it comes to the implementation level of Industry 4.0, we have identified 4 company categories in the German market. Category number 1, type number 1, it exists of around 20% of the companies, is still producing in the same way as they did it 20 or 30 years ago. Type 2, another 30% of the market, makes use of computer technology in a very simple way. Many times they produce intelligent products like 100% automatic sewing machines, for example. Type 3, around 30% of the market, has optimized their production and monitors it with software and data by using, for example, MES or ERP software, which is very common in the industry. This type we could categorize as the type 3.5 when it comes to Industry 4.0, and type 4, another 20%, have reorganized the production and use cyber-physical systems and networks. Type 4, that means around 20%, are the only companies which follow the fully Industry 4.0 principle. Disruption, which was for a very long time under discussion, does not play any important role in these implementation steps. The implementation of Industry 4.0 concepts in companies is a step-by-step process. When looking into technology which has been implemented in the meantime, we can state that most of Industry 4.0 instruments are in use in companies, with the exception, and the exception is very important because especially when short films are shown, as we have seen just a few minutes ago, a different signal is given. With the exception of, for example, artificial intelligence, in the production industry, at the shop floor, artificial intelligence does not play a role up to now. Also, virtual reality does not play a role up to now. And digital twins do not play a role up to now. That's a typical instrument for the developer of the production. Robots, process visualization, use of different software, use of different data is a very important area which is covered by skilled workers at the shop floor level. This implementation level of digitalization technology requires that skilled workers have to be trained in the use of these digital technologies. And this is something different as to train them in digital media, in the use of digital media. Digital media is one of the areas which is important to train teachers, but skilled workers we have to train in using digital machinery. On the right side of this slide, you will find an example of the implementation of a 6-axis robot, which was implemented by skilled workers in a small and medium-sized industry. And for skilled workers, it's a very normal work task in the meantime to implement such digitalized instruments. On the left, there is a summary of tasks which have to be fulfilled by skilled workers in an industry for zero production. For example, they have to operate a mechatronic plant, or they have to operate several mechatronic plants at the same time. They have to optimize the digitalization process in a company. They have to analyze the production data and to work with this data. They have to communicate in heterogeneous teams. They have to carry through parameterization to bring machinery into a running process. And all these requires well-trained, skilled workers. The example of welding underpins the importance of skilled workers in a digitalized work environment. They must have the know-how for welding, as in the past, and they must be able to program a welding robot for an optimized welding process. So they have to combine very traditional competencies with the latest competencies. However, the software of the robot has to be designed in a way that skilled workers can work with it. And for this, they have to use a so-called low-code programming, which drives the engineers crazy because it's not very simple for them to produce low-code programs which can be used by skilled workers. So the next slide looks a little bit complex. I'm aware that you cannot read what's written over here. That's the outcome of the analysis of a automotive manufacturing company in Germany. And the message of this slide is that when it comes to Industry 4.0, when it comes to work at the shop floor, not only technology, not only work organization is important. The social implications are very, very important for the workers. That means workers have to be able to cooperate. Workers have to be able to communicate. Workers have to be able to improve the quality of the production. Workers have to be able to make changes for a better work, and workers have to be able to come in with innovations. And these social components have to be brought much more into the center of training activities as in the past. This skill radar is something like a summary of the competencies which are under discussion nowadays. The image shows a skills radar which gives an overview of competencies which are relevant because of digitalization and Industry 4.0. 3 categories of competencies are very important. On the one side, the so-called context-specific competencies. For example, design of a digital process or troubleshooting in a welding robot. The second, new broad competencies because of digitalization. That means work with multiple data formats, carrying through data management as an example. And third, abstract competencies like communication, collaboration, innovation, management, etc. The third dimension is comparable to what was called in the film 21st Century Skills. All 3 categories are important for skilled workers, and these competencies have to be developed in training. I'm not going deeper into this slide. It should be only a motivation for researchers to carry through long-term research in the production field. The origin of this slide is from the manufacturing industry from Malaysia. It's about 16 or 17 years old, and it would be interesting to know whether the distribution of the level of skilled workers, semi-skilled workers, highly skilled workers is the same today. And important in this, and this makes the job a little bit simpler, would be to use the same empirical method as we have used at this time. In this table, you can see changes in the manufacturing world over the last 30 years. In the 80s and 90s, the so-called C technology, the computer technology, was introduced into production. In 2000 and 2015, the process optimization in combination with the use of software was in the center. And nowadays, networks and physical systems are introduced. In the 90s, it was important to develop skills to handle computers. And we have had a similar discussion we have today because of digitalization. Nowadays, skilled workers need to learn to think about the use of software based on the processes in the production or in other units. This seems to be abstract, but it is reality. The question is what we have to do, what we can do. Now I bring in an example which is running already in your area of the world. I bring in an example of teacher training from Tvet. In the GIZ program Tvet, a multiplier training for Tvet teachers was organized for the field of Industry 4.0. Beside from training in action-oriented learning and curriculum design, the training was organized in the technical field of Industry 4.0 in cooperation with the Thai German Institute and against the background of Industry 4.0. The training covers around 4.5 weeks and is offered in a mix of online training and presence training. The training follows the concepts to train teachers from the level of beginners in Industry 4.0 to become an expert in Industry 4.0. With the help of the so-called learn and work assignments, all training is monitored and related to the work requirements, and this is very, very important. Within the learn and work assignments, work relations are ensured. Learn and work assignments are the backbone of this type of training. If you are interested in more details of this training, Ms. Siripun, who is sitting here in this room, can inform you of all of the details. If you want to start action, today with training your students and staff, please create a so-called shadow curriculum. A shadow curriculum runs along with a standard curriculum and should be created by teachers, by curriculum managers, by Tvet center managers, by finance managers, and the students. For this action, it makes sense to organize a meeting point where the group can meet and create ideas for the shadow curriculum. For a detailed training program in digitalization and Industry 4.0, there are 10 steps to create this program. The areas you will have to work on are shaping of occupational profiles and curricula, taking care of the requirements of the industry in the design process, and initial upgrading of teachers and trainers as one of the most important steps. And this should be the first step you start with. To bring the outcome of such process into the process, my recommendation is to work with alliances for supporting digitalization and sustainability in a wider sense, and to promote dissemination of training. I recommend to establish alliances, not only networks, for a close cooperation in training and learning. The work in these alliances should be human-centered. The character of alliances is that a close cooperation and collaboration is established in combination with mutual support of the partners. I'm at the end of my journey through the innovation and use of technology in the last decades. Thank you very much for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Professor Dr. Spottle on digitalization of Tvet, its success, challenges, and opportunities. Thank you, Professor Dr. Spottle, for delivering a very informative presentation and for sharing it with us in this conference. Following the keynote presentation, Simeo Voctec is delighted to present Dr. Spottle with a certificate for his contribution in today's conference. May we invite Simeo Voctec Center Director, Mr. Alias, to present the certificate. Thank you, Professor Dr. Spottle, once again for allowing the CME of Octech conference to share your valuable knowledge on digitalization of Tvet. The first keynote speech marks the end of the opening session to CME of Octech International Conference on digitalizing and greening of Tvet for sustainable development. We thank Dr. Pichet Popakdi, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, Thailand, Mr. Alas bin Haji Abubakar, Center Director, CME of Octech, Dr. Kamalaswaran Jayaraja, Research Evaluation Assessment Specialist, CME Secretariat in Thailand, and His Excellency Pangeran Sahari Pangeran Saleh, the Ambassador of Brunei Darussalam to the Kingdom of Thailand. Our honorable keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Spottle, CME of Octech Center Directors, Governing Board members, High Commissioners, Ambassadors, and representatives from Associate Member and Affiliate members, esteemed guests for making the opening ceremony a success. Thank you once again. Our next session will resume in 15 minutes with presentations on issues and innovative practices in digitalizing Tvet, followed by a keynote speech by skills and employability specialists from International Labour Organization, Thailand. A reminder to participants who have not registered to please do so in front of the hall. That is all from this morning's session. With that, we will see you in the next one at 10:45. Thank you.
Tvet.net, the one-stop hub for technical and vocational education and training, information in Southeast Asia. The most comprehensive knowledge collection for Tvet learning and collaboration, Tvet.net is home to news, publications, e-learning opportunities, and regional events calendar, offering policymakers and stakeholders from the education sector with useful information to advance Tvet in the region. But what about the private sector? We know the involvement of businesses and skills development is crucial for the quality and relevance of training. However, the private sector continues to be underrepresented in the Tvet dialogue. Although Tvet represents a viable solution to one of the most pressing challenges for companies in ASEAN, creating a skilled and resilient workforce to remain competitive in the changing world of work. It is time to empower companies to get more active in skills development. Our goal is to guide companies in understanding their role in skills development and help them to get started. Therefore, Tvet.net has created the Private Sector page, a knowledge hub for Tvet information catering specifically to the demands of the business world. Whether businesses are just starting their skills development journey or are already experienced, we provide tailor-made information for everyone. Not sure whether Tvet is a net positive for companies? Become interested by the proven benefits of implementing Tvet. Receive monetary support to get started in Tvet. Identify incentives provided by national governments. Afraid of starting from zero? Find practice cases or be guided by Tvet information relevant to the private sector. Sounds interesting? Then find many more services on our page. With the private sector page, companies finally have a comprehensive and hands-on overview to start engaging in skills development. Easy to understand, up-to-date, and directly actionable. Let's strengthen the collaboration among all relevant Tvet partners for creating a higher skilled and work-ready labor force in the ASEAN region. Visit the private sector page by Tvet.net and spread the word. Tvet.net, the one-stop hub for technical and vocational education and training, information in Southeast Asia. The most comprehensive knowledge collection for Tvet learning and collaboration, Tvet.net is home to news, publications, e-learning opportunities, and regional events calendar, offering policymakers and stakeholders from the education sector with useful information to advance Tvet in the region. But what about the private sector? We know the involvement of businesses and skills development is crucial for the quality and relevance of training. However, the private sector continues to be underrepresented in the Tvet dialogue. Although Tvet represents a viable solution to one of the most pressing challenges for companies in ASEAN, creating a skilled and resilient workforce to remain competitive in the changing world of work. It is time to empower companies to get more active in skills development. Our goal is to guide companies in understanding their role in skills development and help them to get started. Therefore, Tvet.net has created the Private Sector page, a knowledge hub for Tvet information catering specifically to the demands of the business world. Whether businesses are just starting their skills development journey or are already experienced, we provide tailor-made information for everyone. Not sure whether Tvet is a net positive for companies? Become interested by the proven benefits of implementing Tvet. Receive monetary support to get started in Tvet. Identify incentives provided by national governments. Afraid of starting from zero? Find practice cases or be guided by Tvet information relevant to the private sector. Sounds interesting? Then find many more services on our page. With the private sector page, companies finally have a comprehensive and hands-on overview to start engaging in skills development. Easy to understand, up-to-date, and directly actionable. Let's strengthen the collaboration among all relevant Tvet partners for creating a higher skilled and work-ready labor force in the ASEAN region. Visit the private sector page by Tvet.net and spread the word.
Hello. Mic test 1, 2, 3.
Tvet.net, the one-stop hub for technical and vocational education and training, information in Southeast Asia. The most comprehensive knowledge collection for Tvet learning and collaboration, Tvet.net is home to news, publications, e-learning opportunities, and regional events calendar, offering policymakers and stakeholders from the education sector with useful information to advance Tvet in the region. But what about the private sector? We know the involvement of businesses in skills development is crucial for the quality and relevance of training. However, the private sector continues to be underrepresented in the Tvet dialogue. Although Tvet represents a viable solution to one of the most pressing challenges for companies in ASEAN, creating a skilled and resilient workforce to remain competitive in the changing world of work. It is time to empower companies to get more active in skills development. Our goal is to guide companies in understanding their role in skills development and help them to get started. Therefore, Tvet.net has created the private sector page, a knowledge hub for Tvet information, catering specifically to the demands of the business world. Whether businesses are just starting their skills development journey or are already experienced.
Dear participants, I don't think they can hear me. Please be patient. We will resume shortly. Diba? Ladies and gentlemen, our panel discussion will begin. Please return to your seat as we are about to begin our first panel.
Introduction of the panelists will be by Dr. Fu.
Ladies and gentlemen, panel discussion 1 will begin soon. Please return to your seat as we are about to begin the panel discussion 1.
Sorry,
Do you need us to keep it with us? Do you need us to keep it for you? It's okay?
Actually, I can keep it here.
Yeah, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, panel discussion 1 will begin soon. Please return to your seat as we are about to start. Can we start? Hello and welcome back to CMIA VOCTEC International Conference on Digitalizing and Greening of Tvet for Sustainable Development. This morning, we will kick off the first panel of presentation focusing on issues and innovative practices in digitalizing Tvet level, which will be moderated by Dr. Fu Z Yang, Instructional Content and Learning Designer at Tvet.net from CMIA VOCTEC Brunei Darussalam. Please welcome Dr. Fu and the panelists for discussion 1 to the stage. May we also invite the panel discussion 1 panelist onto the stage. We would like for our audience to kindly scan the QR code onto the screen for any questions you would like to address to the panelists. Thank you. Once again, we will kindly request for our audience to scan the QR code on the screen for any questions after the panel.
Okay, very good morning to everyone. Sawadika. Okay, to everyone present here in our International Conference 2022, we would like to welcome you to our very first panel discussion of the day. So with me here, we have 5 distinguished panelists. All of them are important figures, okay, from different countries in Southeast Asia, and also representing the research and academia, Tvet institutions, government ministries, and also industry. So we have a good range of discussion that we could expect. So ladies and gentlemen, we have heard from the previous keynote, all right, that digitalization is here. So we cannot escape the fact that in the wake of the fourth industrial revolution, digitalization is permeating every aspect of our lives through the proliferation of the internet. So we have the automation in the industry, and the workforce of our future needs to be equipped and needs to be prepared for our rapidly changing world. Since digitalization is here to stay, ladies and gentlemen, we have no choice, okay? It's not a if, but it is now a necessity of how. How are we going to progress the digitalization of Tvet? And this is why in our panel today, we would have a presentation and sharing of case studies in the context of Southeast Asia. And then also, we would be able to see the good practices that have been implemented, okay, all over Southeast Asia. So where do we start, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, we can start from the fundamentals of digitalizing Tvet. So this is the crux of our panel discussion today. And without further ado, we would like to call upon our panel speakers. And Dr. Brewery, you will be first. Okay. May I kindly introduce Prof. Dr. Mok Brewery Triono before you go to the podium. But also now, before we begin our panel discussion, just a gentle reminder to everyone present here and also online. Welcome. Please prepare with your questions because after the panel presentation by 5 of our distinguished speakers, we shall open the floor to question and answers. Okay, so you can start preparing your questions and we will be happy to address that later. Dr. Brewery is from Yogyakarta, so it's a beautiful city. In our chat just now, he invited me to this cultural heritage. And perhaps you could introduce yourself in Javanese or even do a little dance later. We will be very happy. But he is actually the head of department at the Vocational and Technology Education and handling many graduates, okay, in the graduate school of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta in Indonesia. Now, he is a prolific researcher and his interests and expertise spans instructional design, e-learning, online learning, AR, VR, okay, and planning and curriculum development. The focus is on Tvet, the vocational education sector. So he is also our focal point for Tvet.net, our Tvet platform for Southeast Asia. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Brewery Triyono. The floor is yours. If you could go to the podium, thank you very much. The podium, yes. So each panel speakers will present us with a country-specific case study so that we can actually understand a little more of the status. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here as a lecturer, especially in lecture in Tvet Graduate School, especially in PhD program in Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta in Indonesia. And then my title about our discussion in this case is about development of Viranti or virtual reality from industry to vocational education. Because in my mind, this is our field, how to prepare the lecturer or teacher using the digital learning, especially in augmented reality and virtual reality. And then we support the activities in digital learning with a new laboratory, especially in digital learning. You can see that in Tvet, Center Information Vocational Education and Development. So if you want to join with us how to prepare, how to develop the teaching material, especially in vocational education in AR, VR, I think we will can join with us and with others institutions, especially in how to develop that teaching material. Okay. Okay, hello. Thank you. The background is about how to prepare the teacher and lecturer, and then how to conduct the teaching and learning, especially with vocational education in using AR and VR. The background is about the pandemic. We usually use the online learning, and then our government policy is about work, study, and worship from home. So teaching and learning, of course, is, including the Tvet activities in campus, have implemented online learning to break the chain of transmission of COVID-19. But the second, after post-pandemic, this time, hybrid, it means like online learning and on-site learning should be implemented in our campus. So that's why there are theory and practice workshop and laboratory to use it together, how to give the experience learning, especially in vocational education, with the platform of hybrid. So online learning combined with the on-site learning applied both theoretical and practical learning. It is not easy for Tvet because we know that the Tvet, especially in hands-on, usually we use teaching and learning in on-site, in workshop or in laboratory. But, sorry. And of course, after that, we will have a teaching materials used by vocational school or other institution education in Tibet in online are for the user and in habituation. The point is how to make the student and lecturer habituation using digital activities. So that's why this is a point that we have research, especially how to prepare, how to develop the teaching and learning in vocational education with the VR/IR. And the research to support digital learning, we have 1, 2, 3, 5 reasons. For the first, about the learning materials. The second is about the continuity, and the third is about the implementation of distant learning policies, and the last is about the learning achievement. This is the point. With digital learning, how to improve the learning achievement of introductory theory subject before student practice using the real equipment in the workshop or in the laboratory. This is the point. And then the purpose of this and result of our research is about to provide accessibility, virtual learning technology is needed to gain competence and skills matched with the industrial need, of course. And then the results about virtual reality application have the potential to be included into curricula of vocational. And then this is the product, because we only have a short time. This is the product. For the first, we developed about the sample product of augmented reality, and then we used it in a teaching and learning, especially in building department. And then with the augmented reality, the student can choose the menu of the application in augmented reality to see about the contraction, about the joining between the beam, and etc. It's more easy if we compare with the on-site activity, because in on-site activity sometimes only the media, the part of the joining, something like that, and then off, the student can try to see the real activity, but it's dangerous because sometimes the building was so high, something like that. And then for the sample of product virtual reality, we try to develop about the 2-floor building construction, and then you can see that in the virtual reality we can see a lot of activities, how to see the depth of the building, the height of the building, the behind of the building, and the construction for more details. And then, for example, for reinforced concrete column, we can see that without to dig the land, for example, we can see about the construction of column, and then how to make more easy to give learning experience, especially knowledge technology for civil engineering. And then for the 2-floor buildings too, there are a lot of menu about how to make evidence about the join between steel, and then how to make a concrete more real, and then how to compare with the detail in a drawing exercise, for example, like that. So it is more easy because without out of the class we can see in a place another place. And then this is the response for the research digital learning from the student and from the teacher. Almost all of the response from the student or teachers very high. So that's why I am more confident to develop the activities of virtual learning and activities in digital activities. And then there are a roadmap of our research until 2026. I think that's all of our presentation, and then hope that there are some questions for discussion. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Brewery. Sorry about the bell there. And thank you for observing the time. Very interesting visual representation and how we can visualize using VR that is presented as an innovative practice in your research. And I think your research and also the implementation of VR in construction engineering actually was to address an issue of the students not being able to study and go to the schools and institutions. So this is really a good example of how we could use digitalization and new technology to address an issue during the COVID pandemic. So I believe the technology has more and more potential to develop, especially with VR being more portable and being more wearable now. So I suppose some of our panelists would like to share later. But for now, we would like to move on to our second panel speaker, okay, Dr. Ang Kiam Wee. So Dr. Ang Kiam Wee is the Deputy CEO in ITE Singapore, that's Institution of Technical Education in Singapore. And because ITE just celebrated 30 years of anniversary, congratulations. So a very opportune moment for you to be here so that all of us could share the, the occasion with ITE. So we would like to invite Dr. Ang, who would be able to share about the many trailblazing technologies. His responsibilities has spanned the development curriculum and also the facilities development to support teaching and learning. That includes quality assessment for and of learning, as well as introducing a lot of educational technologies. Okay, so prior to this, Dr. Ang was the principal at ITE College Central. Please, Dr. Ang, thank you.
No? Okay, you can hear me now. Can I have the slides, please? So this morning, I will share some of our experience in digitalization of our curriculum process, our teaching process, as well as assessment process. You know, in teaching, you have to deliver, you have to make sure you teach, and then you have to assess. That's really part of the cycle. So what I'm going to share with you is some of our journey that we went through for ITE. What did we do? So let's see if this works. All right. So our journey for digitalization started very early. We started with a learning management system. I think everyone more or less starts there. Started more than 10 years ago, almost 20 years. And then progressively, it was a simple system moving to an on-site system, and then we're moving to cloud system. This basically, I guess, a journey that everybody goes through. But besides being able to deliver the content, one of the challenges was pandemic. Pandemic allows us, of course, to use the LMS to deliver a system, but can we do assessment? How do you do assessment in an online system? Pandemic forces us to think about that. So one of the things that we started to do a bit prior to pandemic, but definitely during the pandemic, was can we do assessment reliably even though they are not here in school? So we use a couple of systems combining our LMS, our learning management system, with some other technology that allows us to look at the student when he's at home. Whether somebody walks in, whether the face is the same student who registered, whether his eyes look away, even if he's looking down, if his handphone is below or some notes, the system will pick it up. So when a system flags out a student who is not fully doing the assessment, we will have to call him in, look at what and he take the camera and he'll show us. So these are some of the technologies available, and we've been doing that. But ITE is not just about delivery and that. Because when you do digitalize, we realize that we can give a lot more tools in the hands of the teacher. In a typical teacher, one of the things that you will struggle will be, if a student is in the class and he has low grades, is he learning or is he just not attentive? If a student is not attentive, why is he not attentive? In the typical classroom, it's very hard to make that judgment. But with technology, we can add 2, 3, or 4 dimensions we call X, access, clicks, time, and submission. Based on multi-dimension, we're able to dissect a student's attention or grades with more insights. For example, if a student is low participating in class, but he's achieving high grades, what does that mean? If he's low participation and low grades, we know something. But if he's not participating at high grades, he's bored. What if a student is high participating and low grade? There's different insights than just one dimension, but using analytics, using the digital information that is already created, we are able to make those insights. Let us move on. Because ITE is very much into vocational hands-on training, we don't want to limit our digitalization only to theory. Can we do something about practical? We are 70% in the lab all the time, our students. So we also move very quickly into digital technology in terms of practical delivery. For example, on the left-hand side, you will see we use AR, teaching students how to visualize engine, not just the engine, but how air is being sucked in, cold air, where is it being compressed, and how is it ejected. Without a real functioning engine, you cannot see that. We can teach our students in aerospace what to do in a fire. And on the extreme right, with the animation, you saw our students are working on an offshore rig, drilling for oil, for example. Oil is expensive now. So what do you do? How do you respond when you go and drill for oil? These are things that we can teach our students without physically owning a rig. Then the next question appears. Well, okay, if you can teach students virtually, digitally, can you assess them virtually, digitally, on practical skills? Can you do that? That was a challenge posed to us. I'll just show you a short video. Can we do assessment without a teacher? Practical assessment. This is a student who is tasked to do assembly and disassembly of a PC. Right? You can apply it to any other task, pumps, anything that involves multiple steps. So what the student has on his head is a head-mounted camera, and you see the computer is reading everything that he's doing. And the computer on the lower left-hand side, you see computer is assessing every step that we have programmed it to read. And then we will, of course, validate whether it's correct or not, because it goes through many rounds of validation before we decide if the computer is doing the right thing. So I'm going to skip the video. I have 6 minutes. Right? So basically what we do is every segment is being compared with a real practical assessment task that we have given to the student, and the computer will do the assessment. If the computer does the assessments correctly, then it's fine. We have to do multiple videos in order to get it correct, because every student does it slightly differently. The speed at which every student does it is quite different. So we use the AI engine behind to do this assessment. Today we have this ability to do a 90 and above % match compared to a staff sitting there doing the assessment. So the accuracy of the AI is higher than 90% match if I have a staff doing it and the AI doing it. Okay, I have to move on. Now, then the next question you ask me, okay, you can do technical tasks, but some of the things that you teach in ITE are not technical. How about a retail staff? If a retail staff is smiling, or retail staff is being polite, or rude, or angry, can you do that? Well, that was the thing posed to us, and today we use the AI to read facial expression to see if a student in a retail setting is able to smile, is he anxious or not. So we are moving towards this one. I don't have the hard data to show you what percentage, because this is a bit more work to be done, but we are experimenting with using AI, facial recognition, to see if we are able to assess soft skills. Well, all good. These are some advantages. I will have to move on. It's not moving on. Can you help me with the next slide? Stuck here somewhere. It's not moving.
Is it moving?
No, it's not moving.
Oh, you still have how many slides?
2 more slides, but it's not moving. I don't know.
IT? Any?
The next slide. Can I have the next slide, please?
Maybe it's just stuck there.
Yep. So there are many advantages of using technology. We're not able to move to the next slide. Okay, the AI is doing things that I didn't ask it to do.
Yeah, the AI doesn't want
the AI has
us
taken
to
over.
analyze.
For those of you who are fans of Terminator, Skynet has taken over. All right, anyway, let me just, even without the slides, I can say that in terms of technology, there are many advantages of using technology. It can be very rich. It can mitigate some lost opportunity. For example, in the case of COVID, we could replace some of the practical and theory using what we do with digital technology. It does have an analytics function behind, and so the analytics allow us to analyze things that we weren't able to do in the past. With the AR, VR technology and AI combined facial recognition, we are able to now create almost impossible scenarios. Things that we ourselves couldn't do it physically, we are now able to do it in the digital space, right? So, okay, my presentation is shutting down everything. That's pretty good. All
right, that's the ITE power.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and of course, then I will talk about some of the issues of using technology. It is not all good when you use technology. There are dark sides, okay? And one of the dark sides is this. You could have a virus, for example. That could be one of the dark sides. But more importantly for student learning, if the students, some of the dark side include, if a student is disconnected, they're only doing it online, it loses the human-to-human interaction. I think we shouldn't have go overboard on that. The other thing is accessibility to technology. If we use too much of this technology and it uses very powerful computers and fast internet, what about students who do not have access to this? We must make sure that as we move along, we cannot be stopped by this, but yet we cannot leave anyone behind. We must make sure that the technology that we implement, we bring everyone, regardless of their abilities, we have to bring them along. The other thing about using technology, especially AI, is ethics. What is the ethics of using AI? When you have facial recognition, when you recognize people, what about the ethics part of it? These are issues we have to deal with. The technology has moved forward. It's back. The dark side. So the ethics of AI we have to deal with. The AI is very powerful, but there are issues that we must deal with. Transparency issues, privacy issues, and then there's cost. These technologies are not cheap. It can get progressively more expensive, especially as we go into SaaS. When things are being, you have to pay every year. You don't own the system. You own the right to use the system every year. Every year we are paying people who develop this technology. So there are dark sides. All right, that's all the time I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ang, for a very comprehensive and also very quick speech that you gave that covered a lot of grounds in terms of the theory and the practical training and all the practices that maybe a cross-section. I think it does very proportionally address the 70% practical training and also the 30% theoretical aspect, the curricular practice in ITE. So, and also in terms, we will definitely remember the phase there. I just wonder whether the students are afraid that they would actually be tracked and also, you know, to be unearthed, all their emotions being unearthed. You know.
Currently, no. Currently, I think the students at this age, they are very used to these things. So they have a lot of this technology they are using. They're not very concerned. But we are concerned that they're not concerned. Because when they use many of the technology, they're not aware of some of the downside. So we are trying to teach them that in some cases, they do have to be concerned about privacy issues. Even when you use something like Facebook and you go Instagram and you post everything, you have to be concerned. But the problem is that they're not concerned.
Yes. So with more technology, more advanced technology, certainly AI is something we all look forward to.
When you go into Meta, for example, in Facebook, there's a lot of AI in there. Should we not be concerned? Should they not be concerned? I think they should be concerned.
Right. Okay, thank you very much. But we all look forward to better quality Tvet, and I think at least there was an attempt in ITE to show us that there is improvement in analyzing how students can be better engaged using technology, using video analytics. Wonderful. So next on, we shall move on to our third speaker. Okay, Dr. Sai, okay, from Myanmar. Okay. Just, he gave me a long list of his CV, but first of all, I would like to introduce him as the metal expert. Okay, he is the go-to guy if you want to know anything about metal, because his first degree is in engineering in metallurgy. Yeah, wonderful. So as long as he doesn't give us a metal allergy, right, okay, Dr. Sai. He is now the Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Science and Technology at Myanmar. He was the former Director General at Department of Tvet, and prior to that, at the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation in Research. Okay, so he has more than 18 years of experience in the Tvet sector, including positions as lecturer in technical institutes, a professor, and also pro-rector of the technological universities, as well as the head of office at Ministry of Science and Technology. So lots of experience there. Dr. Sai, we welcome you to the stage. Thank you very much.
Good morning. So thank you very much for my long bio. So it's not very, I would like to say shortly, because I have 5 minutes, right? Okay, thank you. So this is my outline of the presentation. So this is the, I would like to highlight the Myanmar digital economy roadmap according to our roadmap 2025. So I would like to increase the digital transformation 30% and effective utilization of the digital technology by SME 50%, digital financial transition 30%. Also qualifying tech-related graduates, so we would like to extend that more and more. So for digital transformation, Myanmar has 9 priorities set up. The education, healthcare, agriculture, manufacturing, SME, technology settle, startup ecosystem, digital trade, financial service, tourism, and hospitality. So currently, innovation in Myanmar is e-commerce. According to 2019 data, 57% of Myanmar internet users browse through shopping website and shop on Facebook, and 60% of the internet users claim to buy online, which most likely is to order from shop page on Facebook. So here in this slide, I would like to mention the most important strategic plan, which is our Science and Technology Innovation Strategic Plan. Our ministry has been developing the Science and Technology Innovation Strategic Plan 2020-27 with a vision of the accelerate the current development of our country and reach the level of the developed nation by nurturing human resource in the field of the science and technology and carry out research and development successfully. So according to our strategic plan, digitalization for the development of the science and technology and human resource development for Tvet and higher education, research and development, and innovation, technology promotion and collaboration is our vision, mission of our strategic plan. So now I would like to briefly explain about our Tvet institution. We have a government technical college, and also the Technical Institute, and also the Technical High School. Regarding the issue of the digitalization Tvet in our country, we are facing several issues and also the challenges. Among them, we have experienced the significant challenges in adopting the e-learning platforms such as digital infrastructure, curriculum, pedagogy, strategies and methods, classroom management and assessment, quality instruments, etc. Likewise, we have the challenge of the skill development, including the insufficient upscaling, training teacher, and also Tvet managers and supporting staff. Moreover, as the barrier, we have is insufficient access to ICT tools to students' learning, change of teaching and learning environment, social aspect, etc. To overcome the challenges and barriers, we are thinking about the innovative digital approach our Tvet system in our country, like some of our system. So in the era of the IL 4.0, we have also developed the policy of the food industrial revolution for our Tvet system. You can see in our strategic issue. So in line with the policy mentioned above, we have developed IM 4.0 strategy for Tvet. These are supporting access to Tvet education for all, especially disadvantaged students with less opportunity for persons with disability through the Digital Learning Center, developing new curriculum for Tvet through high-tech learning and high-touch learning, implementing the Tvet digital learning management system. So depending the IM 4.0 strategy for our Tvet system, we are implementing the following the current activities. So we support the internet accessory and also the equipment, hardware, software, and also the upscaling, rescaling, and also the small-scale e-learning pilot project in our country. So current implemented activities for the digital and IM 4.0 in our Tvet system. So we support the leadership and management training system, support as the RICO Tvet, so last 2 years, and also the SID in our school, training of modern industry-related technology are currently being provided and conducting the capacity building, and developing submitting the proposal for the IM 4.0 program and digitalize some subjects of our AGDI diploma course, and also the Myanmar Digital Education Platform, and also the LMS and e-library system. So this is some of the record of our current implementation. Also, some are the remote training of the DoD for our vocational training institute during the COVID-19 pandemic, and one-shot management FIRES learning innovation training. Also, we use the e-learning online training for the FIRES learn innovation. And our School of the Industrial Training and Education, we accept the new technology in our school, Sci-Fi Physical System for the Industry 4.0 training and also lab facility. This is our future plan. So we will try the best to near the IM 4.0. Even we have many challenges. So this is summary. Myanmar digital economy roadmap and prioritized industrial sector in our country has increased the demand of the digital transformation and innovation in Tvet. Our Tvet is taking an innovative approach to Tvet to accelerate the establishment of the modern vocational education system in line with the IR policy and 4.0 strategies. Our department is promoting the competent human resource, teacher, manager, principal, for modern vocational education system, enhance the skill development and workforce development to meet the local and regional industry needs in our country. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sai. Looking good. Lots of initiatives and also innovative practices that are being implemented. Particularly, thank you for sharing from the policy level, Myanmar's digital economy roadmap, and also the ministry's science, technology, and innovation strategic plan from 2022 to 2027. So you have also categorized the prioritized industry sectors, and it's great to note that there will be a large focus into nurturing the human resource and also carrying out R&D. Okay, that's a very important element in terms of humanizing our digitalization and Tvet, and also ensuring that teachers are able to have a capacity building. So with this, we would like to move on to our next speaker. That's Mr. Tan Sambath. Mr. Tan Sambath is from Cambodia, And in my interaction with him before this, Mr. Sambat talked about the Cambodian names. So his name, Sambat, means good fortune. So I think he has the good fortune as director at the Department of Institution Management at the Ministry of Labor and Vocational Training. The good fortune is to review lots of proposals for the development of institutions that offer technical vocational education and training. So Mr. Sambat will hand the stage to you. Thank you.
Good morning. Like Dr. Fu have mentioned about my name is Sambat from Ministry of Labor and Vocational Training. This opportunity I just share for digitalizing Tvet in Cambodia. I just share only new initiative that we have just created. We call National Tvet e-learning platform. This is our content. I just go straight to the system. This system is very new for us, and also this system we decided to create it because of a pandemic of COVID-19. I'm sorry, speaking my COVID-19. You see, last year, not only in Cambodia but most of ASEAN countries, I think. Pandemic of COVID spread throughout the country, so everyone feel crazy. All schools are closed, and teacher cannot do. Yeah. That is why we create to work with private company, ICT company, to design the system. The system controlled by the central. It means that the system allows all Tvet schools in Cambodia to join this program by allow them to have their domain. You see, from Tvet institution, from school side, all Tvet school that they can upload their teaching video, their teaching material, every document they can upload. But the system from the ministry, you see, MLVT will control if the material and video can be accepted. The holder, the ministry will approve in order to allow for all the material and teaching video to be the system. From trainee or student side, they can download application. We call Tvet e-learning. They can download this application, so they can learn, follow their school that they have their content inside the system. By now, you see, a system is very new and also very young. So by now we have only 60 Tvet schools that have domain, have content in the system. So the student can learn from all 60 Tvet schools. Yeah. And by now the subject that we have uploaded is about 4,600 subjects. Now is available in the system. And by now also for the student and trainee that visit and access to the system is more than 100,000 students. I hope in the future maybe some more students will be accessed. Objective, the first objective to provide continuous and flexible Tvet training opportunity during the COVID-19 pandemic and beyond. Like you see, even now COVID-19 is not bad, but we allow all Tvet schools to provide training hybrid. Some can be online, some can be on-site. And second objective, to increase the equitable access to Tvet program among youth across Cambodia. Third, to improve and develop content of e-learning and to improve quality of Tvet for employment. Challenge. Actually, as this system is very new, and challenge, and we can say a lot of challenge, but I just quote some challenge. The first challenge by now is number of teaching video is still small. I mean, because of the capacity of our teacher in Tvet school, they produce the teaching video is very slow. And also the quality of upload video. This is a problem for us also, because some video our teacher produce is the size, the solution of video is too big, cannot be uploaded. And also cannot be downloaded from students sometimes. As an internet system in Cambodia, some area cannot be covered, and also some area is a little bit poor, so to download the video is not easy. And the third question and answer are not responsive immediately. Even we have the system, but we have noted that when the student asks the question, not responsive promptly, cannot. Maybe it takes time. Some functions related to students are not available. We need to update more. This is the way forward, the future that we will do, our plan. The first, we have to produce more quality module teaching video. Second, we need to develop more content following the school's need that we have to work together. You see, I can go back to the number of Tvet schools that have access and they have their own domain in the system. Is 60 Tvet schools. Most of them are public Tvet schools. You see, a public Tvet school in Cambodia currently support 100% from the government, from Ministry of Economy and Finance. So they need more support. That is why everything we can do come from the central. The ministry find the source and then work with school in order to share. And the last one, we will establish, third, we will establish a national ERPL platform. ERPL in Cambodia, we can say it is being pilot. A new system if we compare to the other country. By now, we have some development partner support the system. I hope in the near future we will have a new we call ERPL platform that connect together with Tvet learning platform. And the last one, we will create one more platform we call a school management system. So that from the central, from the ministry can control all the information, key information from all Tibet schools in Cambodia. Thank you very much for your attention. It is very short. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sampath, and congratulations on the newly launched National Tvet e-learning platform, which is accessible also as an app. So that's wonderful, because that would be able to sort of like enable students even from the rural areas who mostly have mobile phones only to actually access the site. So this again is another good way to address the challenge of Tvet institutions being hit by the COVID pandemic and school closure. So good luck also with your future plans with the recognition of prior learning and the school management system. Okay, we shall move on now to our last speaker, but also before that, we would be having our question and answer session very soon after our last presentation and important presentation from Mr. Brad. So please get ready to key in and post your questions online. The QR code will be available shortly as well. So Mr. Brad comes from the land where kangaroos actually, I understand, outnumber the population of humans. So you can guess where that is, I'm quite sure. Down under, but of course now he is mostly based in Southeast Asia, in Batam, Indonesia, and he has traveled to over 40 countries doing the work of advancing the synergy between Tvet institutions and also industry. His work at LabTech Academy, he's a general manager at LabTech Academy, is to pioneer the intersection of digital learning and 21st century skills with Tvet. Most notably, he will probably explain later, is on virtual Tvet. So we shall invite Mr. Brett to give us the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think it's very timely to mention also that for those of you who haven't seen yet, UNESCO released their Tvet 2022-2029 strategy on Monday. I saw it on LinkedIn and that was fabulous. It's very relevant at the moment. And the area that I'll be looking at specifically is on teacher training, even though we're looking at the impact on students and teachers. So students love new technology and adapt to transformative learning, we find very easily. The instructors are a little different. They are finding we're finding from all our teacher training over the last 18 months that around 30% are really scared of the technology, and we've got to look at this, and we can change that. So very important that we change the way that they perceive this technology. So again, what we're looking at here is that, you know, I think the day of pedagogy has well passed. Okay, and I think we as educators are now challenged to consider how we think learning occurs. Heutagogy, otherwise known as self-determined learning, is a student-centred instructional strategy. And if you look at this, you'll find most people might fit in the andragogy. And again, pedagogy's been around a long time. We need to start looking at heutagogy and applying this within all our institutions. So what does a digital Tvet curriculum look like? So very important here, we're using realistic 3D advanced gaming technology for teaching and learning. And I touch on it needs to look realistic. Visualisation of technical processes and application, and data-driven learning, and it was touched on, AI, artificial intelligence, IoT, Internet of Things. Very important we bring this in. So again here we're looking at being authentic, a digital world with real world outcomes. Learn anytime, anywhere, with anyone. Rethink, redesign, learning, teaching and leading. The foundation is already there. So here we've got virtual Tvet is now possible. Photorealistic interactive objects. Okay, so powerful interactive learning elements. So virtual Tvet, digital content, right, employs a series of learning elements. They need to follow a methodology to have that impact, right through from the learning objectives, having a searchable glossary, but then we get into the interactive learning. Makes it more engaging, it deepens their knowledge and understanding, and then we get to our formative assessments. Very important that formative assessments are interactive. They're learning a skill. So to give you an idea, just after the pandemic started, within a period of 3 months, we tried to assist for free countries around the world. Within 3 months, we reached 156 countries. But the biggest impact is the dark area there over on the right-hand side, the Philippines, over 16,000 users within 3 months. So again, very powerful, you know, right through, followed probably, I think it was the US was the biggest users after that. So again, just a breakup of the user types, right? And the students were around 74.3%, but the teachers and instructors, 11.6%. So close to 12%. Then non-student DIYs, government NGIGO around 3.5%. So again, it was great to see the teachers also wanting to be able to get hold and use technology, but then again, it's not enough. We need to be able to assist the teachers more. So to give you an idea of some of the grade averages, and we're finding this is globally, okay, that overall grade averages pre-test are 50.2%, post-test 91.6%. This is data coming out of a Tvet learning management system, and they're just some subject areas there that we pulled out of the learning management system, from air conditioning, refrigeration at the top, just 3 topics, from basic electrical and then automotive, and then there's the number of users within those topics. And this was something that when I was in the UK back in 2005, 6 and 7, right, we were using videos then. We were battling to get them up to around 71, 72%. Using interactive learning does make a big difference. Okay, again, we need to rethink about the blended approach here. It's something that I know a lot of policies are in place where they're saying, well, 70% is practical and 30% is the e-learning component. When you get into the skill-based learning, and again it was touched on with some of the things that are being done at ITE, your e-learning simulations, virtual 2D, 3D, that is moving up into the 60-70% bracket, and then your hands-on is around 30%. Okay? And already I know in the Philippines is a great example. They're finding it's reducing the amount of time they need to spend on physical equipment by over 30% if you have a really good skill-based interactive learning program. Okay, again, this is just an example of a blended learning smart lab, and there's lots of examples out there, right from actually the teacher training to the interactive learning to the physical training systems. Also, some great applications being applied in their smart classroom in Simeo Voctec. Again, students coming into their smart classroom here and learning and understanding a lot more how they can apply this technology. And it was quite exciting actually seeing the students saying, we want to adapt and adopt this as soon as possible. And it was interesting, these teachers at this from the IBT institutes, they were applying this. Again, training, working with teachers is also very important, that we look at not only online programs, we look at face-to-face programs. I'm just going to jump through some of these slides here because I want to get to, we custom build for Simeo Voctec a site here, and again, recently announced in the national papers on TV about Digitalising Forces, new way of learning, up on the top right there. Okay, so we also do some great programs with CPSC. We've done some in-country programs over the last 12 to 18 months throughout the region also, and we've got some really good data here. And this is very interesting. This is from around 9 countries throughout the Southeast Asian region. Overall average of the teachers, which is selected by the ministry, right, pre-test 49.5%. Okay, in their relevant subject field, and post-test results 86.6%. So you can see there, they're fairly even across the way. The interesting one, obviously, there is India from pre-test to post-test. So they're the 9 regions at the moment. And then also quickly here, again, the overall learning experience, 55% said it was excellent, very good 22%, and 13% good. And here, teachers that continue to use it. It's no use doing a teacher training program if they don't continue to use the technology. So here, for again, the countries that stood out here is Bhutan, Malaysia and Philippines, the amount of teachers that continue to use it after the program, which is fantastic to see. And then again here, yes, I've got 30 seconds to go. Okay, from about, how often do they use it? And this is probably a global average, right? But you'll see there at the very 4 to 6 hours per week, people using online learning, right? And then on the left, and then on the right, how many of them continue to use it? Would they continue to use it? And you'll see there immediately is the highest one. And again, I'm just going to jump this. It's very important that we connect the schools all together rather than individually. We connect the schools together. And the other important thing here is that we look at our digital Tvet framework. Right? A framework is very important, and this will be touched on later in the day from Dr. Steve McKee, I think. It's very important that we look at the infrastructure, the infostructure and the infoculture. again, a lot of institutions and management and ministries need to apply an infrastructure and a framework to put this in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brett, and being on time there upon the 2 bell ring. So we appreciate the advice on managing a holistic digital Tvet transformation, not just in consideration of the technology infrastructure, but also evolving theories of learning, new ones there like pedagogy, and importantly, always integrating authentic real-world curricula. Because after all, skills for a high-tech working environment are best acquired in a high-tech learning environment. So with this, we have ended our panel presentation from the panelists, and we are excited now to open up for questions and answer. So yeah, we have a question here for any of the panelists. Rightly said, there are downsides in using digitalization, such as artificial intelligence. So what policies or initiatives are in place to ensure that the vulnerable groups are not left behind? So we are talking about a digital divide here, you see, because AI is really a very mature and developed technology. And when we are talking about the Southeast Asian region, there is always diversity in terms of the development. Not that it's wrong, but we have to consider that. So any of the panelists would like to address this question being asked by an audience? Thank you very much for the question. Definitely, thank you, Dr. Ang.
Yes. Maybe I should start since I spoke about the dark side of technology. In Singapore, we do not have policies in that sense, but what we do is, at the execution level, we have to ensure that no one is left behind. So I take the example of the COVID. When COVID hit us, we had to just all learn from home. But we also noticed that some students may not have the kind of internet access speed that they require, because everyone working from home and studying from home could mean for some people 4 or 5 in a family. And if they're all accessing the internet at the same time, it can be quite slow. So, and there was a lot of synchronized as well as asynchronous face-to-face kind of online learning, and the video bandwidth was quite high. So we had to secure special tokens so that these students have their own fast-speed, high-speed internet access because they don't have such facilities at home. So it's really not so much a policy, but it is the execution has to make sure that everyone has access to what we have implemented. We are not holding back the move to provide the best possible technology for everyone. But there will always be some that may need extra help. And we make sure we ask around. Students who cannot afford computers in the earlier days when we went into bring your own device, well, we provide for them. And if they still cannot afford even to pay a small token, and we find donors that will donate good computers for them. So no one is left behind.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Ang. So in ITE, who would we consider as the vulnerable group? Because I'm thinking that most of them would.
Yeah, in this case, the example I just gave, it will be some of our students who come from lower economic social background, and so they live in relatively smaller house with quite a lot of occupants in there, and so their access to technology could be quite limited. For example, the other thing about learning from home, working from home is if you have a small space and 6 of you are there and all of you are in the living room, that could pose a little bit of a challenge. So we do allow these groups to come back to school, even though we have a policy that you learn from home. But you learn from school, but you are on your own computer. We give you a nice, quiet room with air condition so that you can learn from computer. Right? So no one is left behind.
Great policy there. So we can see the role that the institution can play, and sometimes even governments and ministries can play a very good role in providing and making sure that no one is left behind. Yes, thank you, Dr. Brewery.
Yes, of course, if we have improvement of the digital learning, especially in education, so we remember that we have terminology of Tvet digital inclusion. So that is important. And for Indonesia, I think we know that we have a specific geography, and then for the first, I think we will give information to the government about how to add the infrastructure of internet, because this is important to get more access of internet in not only in a big island, but until the almost all of the cover of Indonesian geography. And then after that, for the Tvet institution, I think we will have because almost all of the young people in Indonesia have a smartphone, so that we use that as a first equipment how to deliver about the virtual activity, but in video, not direct to the equipment of like Oculus and etc. But for the first in a video, how to use it, something like that. And then of course after that we will give the special course for the lecturer or the teacher in vocational education. I think that's important. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Brewery. Is there any? Yes, please, Mr. Sambath.
I just say about Cambodia. Currently, we have 6 schools. We have 6 schools with a new dormitory. This dormitory we designed for vulnerable group, especially for women. The dormitory we designed with lab, with library, and also with computer media. So most of the students, if they have opportunity to stay there, they love to use the computer and also internet. We support fully, and also we support some stipend to them also. This is our policy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Brewery and also Dr. Sambath. I believe we have addressed the issue of inclusivity in terms of gender as well, and also in terms of the divide between the have and haves not. So I wonder whether we have any more questions. If not, yeah, we could just make a little round wrap up here by asking all our panelists whether you have a final takeaway, a very short one, and then we just wrap up. Yeah, could we start from Dr. Brewery? Yes.
Thank you. We hope that after we have a special meeting in here, and then we will have a collaboration, because digital learning is very important for the next, not only in teaching and learning, but the habituation of the young people in each country to know about digital. But the mission of education is very important, especially education in formal education. And then with that forum, I think we will have benefit for the young people in each country. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ang.
I think, although I spoke about the downside of technology, I want to echo my fellow panel member, Professor Brewery, point about sharing. You know, the good thing about technology and digital technology is that you can share multiple copies at the same price. In fact, once you create one, you can just multiply it 1,000,000 times. So if we are able to collaborate in technology, especially digital technology, we could all create something and everyone could have a copy of it. So the more we collaborate, the more we try to lower the cost of technology implementation. So I hope that this forum allows us to meet and then talk about collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ang. Dr. Simon.
So I think that Tibet education is a different way in implementing in the different region and different country. It depends on their capacity and their collaboration. So for example, now we are implementing the conventional Tibet education. after post-COVID-19, so we are preparing that IM 4.0 and also the digitalization. So I think so we will face some of the challenges, but we try the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Mr. Samba.
Tvet is easy to say, but to make it better is very difficult, especially digitalization of Tvet. The best solution, I think, invest more. Tvet not study only theory, but also practical. As we all know together, practical at workshop, training equipment is very expensive. That is why, for experience in Cambodia, most of the private school cannot run, except only a public school can do. So my view, I can say, please invest more in terms of infrastructure and also capacity building. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll keep it short. I'll just like to say that it's not about change management with teachers, it's about growth management. Very important. The other thing is that more partnerships with industry. Industry, you will find, are very willing to start helping in the Tvet sector. And if you want assistance, quite happy to talk to you about that. But partnerships are very important for the growth of Tvet overall. Thank you.
So thank you very much to all our 5 panelists today. We have addressed several issues and challenges in our region in Southeast Asia, and also seen a number of good practices in terms of implementing innovative practices. We have seen a number of mature, very innovative digital technologies being used, and also we have seen the utilization of technology in also less privileged areas. So it does seem that technology, is here to stay, and it can be implemented, across Southeast Asia. It is just a matter of perhaps getting the right timing, getting the right location, and also making sure that we have the right resources. And when we talk about resources, I think as discussed by the panelists, it's not just technology, hard infrastructure, but also taking note of the softer infrastructure. So among those, happy that some of the panelists have raised this up, is in terms of capacity building for our teachers, so that with teachers who are successful, who are digitally enabled and have the competencies and skills, they would be able to make the students successful as well. So all the best to the digitalizing implementations in Southeast Asia, and let's see the magic happen when we start doing it. Thank you very much once again. That's the end of our first panel discussion. Hand the time back to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you to our first round of panelists. Moving forward is the certificate ceremony as a token of appreciation from Simeo Voktag to all valued speakers. May we invite May we invite Simeo Voktag Center Director, Mr. Alias Haji Bakar, on the front of the stage to present the certificates. We are pleased to present the certificate to Professor Dr. Mark Brewery Triono. Dr. Ang Kiam Wee. Dr. Sai Kiao Nang U, Mr. Tan Sambat, Mr. Brad Kerr, and to our panel 1 moderator, Dr. Fu Si Yang. Thank you, Center Director Mr. Alias, and thank you, our dear panelists and moderator, for their presentations and for sharing their perspectives on the CMIA VOCTEC International Conference on Digitalizing and Greening of Tvet for Sustainable Development, which will surely be a beneficial information for our audience. Now we would like to invite our next keynote speaker, Mr. Julian Magnet, Skills and Employability Specialist from the International Labour Organization, Thailand. Please also allow me to introduce our speaker for today. Mr. Julian Magnet has been a skills and employability specialist at ILO Regional Office for Asia and Pacific since 2018. He provides technical assistance on skills development to government, employers, and workers' associations from the region. For the last 17 years, he has been working on skills development and decent work in more than 20 countries for ILO in Africa, Americas, Asia, and Middle East, including 6 LDC and middle-income countries of Asia. For the last 4 years, Mr. Magnet has supported governments, employers, and workers' organizations in Asia to strengthen and innovate their skills development systems. Considering digitalization, decarbonization, and demography megatrends impacting the future of work and COVID-19 pandemic, his main areas of support relate to digital and green transformation of Tvet, skills and migration, workplace-based learning, and youth employment. Please welcome Mr. Julian.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished participants, organizers. So yeah, I say good afternoon. I know you have to cope for French accent for half an hour before to have lunch. I hope you will be okay. And yeah, I think it was very interesting, the morning session about digital transformation, and I will discuss now about another mega trend which is impacting the world of work. We mentioned, but the main mega trends impacting the world of work now is digital transformation, decarbonization, climate change, demography, and we can see the impact in the region with aging society, for instance, in Thailand, China, and other countries, as well as globalization. And we have seen that globalization had a big impact. COVID-19, we have seen that some companies based in a remote village in one country cannot produce because actually one producer in another country far away doesn't provide them any more inputs. So I wanted to mention that, and I liked Jorge when he made his presentation this morning, that all is one and need to be integrated. We need to have, he mentioned 3 dimensions: social development, economic development, and environmental together, because we are all one. If we don't address one of the topics, it will fire back and we won't move on. Today, I will focus on the green dimension, on the environmental side. We know that we all live in the same planet, and the planet is suffering. We see that, I'm coming from south of France and Switzerland, and we have been affected by drought more and more. So climate change is not tomorrow. It started. We have seen in the region this year, floods in northern Thailand, floods in Pakistan, severe droughts in China. So it started. And it's why we need to actually support the greening of the economy and the greening of the jobs, and therefore to have skills for green jobs. I want to mention also that, environment is affecting us because some of us will lose jobs or won't have the capacity to work in good conditions. I will come back to that. Number two, it has an impact on our health. And we know that the most vulnerable are more impacted. In most of our cities in ASEAN and Asia, we have pollution issues. And we know it's painful to wear the PM 2.5 mask. We know it also because for more than 2 years, because of COVID-19, we had to wear it. But in the near future, we may have to wear it anyway, all the time, because of pollution. Yeah, I will move. It's just my introduction, don't worry. I'm French, I speak long. So, that was the second dimension. And we know that climate change actually will have more impact on our health and our life. We spoke about COVID-19, pandemic. We'll have more pandemic, unfortunately. And natural disaster. We know that some countries, in ASEAN, unfortunately, are impacted by hurricane, typhoon, thinking of Philippines, for instance. We have more and more powerful. So there's an impact, very clear. And for this, now I'm moving, don't be scared, to the next slide. I will actually present you skills for Tvet, skills for green jobs. And I will start by giving you a context, the greening economy and green jobs, because skills without jobs and without economy, it's not much. The second is that I will give you in the second time a presentation on global, regional, and national experiences in terms of greening of Tvet. And number three, some practical step-by-step approaches that we experience in some ASEAN countries. I will move now to give you what we call the ILO Just Transition Framework. When we speak about just transition, it means that we want that we have these 3 levels mentioned by Dr. Jorge, this morning. Environment, economy, and social, jobs. These 3 dimensions. So we developed some guidance, ILO, and we adopted actually a just transition strategy. What is important is that we also moved to the skills development and active labor market policies that address the environmental dimensions. For this, it's just a framework, and I think what is important to not know is that we are part of a green and greening economy. And before to start, I know it's lunch, so it's better to be a bit interactive. If not, I will lose you. So I wanted to, to know from your side, how do you define green or greening economy? So now, floor is yours. You can raise your hands or you can speak loud. Couple of points, what you think. Please, floor is yours. I know lunch is coming. How do you want to define definition of green economy? Any idea? if no ID. Yes? Sorry? Correct, minimal pollution, one key aspect. Other dimension you want to highlight? Yes? On lady? A bit louder?
Environment.
Very good. Maybe you can move the microphone to...
Yes, we develop an economy that's clearly maintain sustainability for everything. Economy that maintains sustainability.
Good. I think we have 3 good points. 2 more. Yeah, very good. Yeah, reducing energy use. Yes, and last. Very good, eco-product and selection of equipment. Now I will just read you the definition of UN environment, and they call it the process of reconfiguring businesses and infrastructure to deliver better returns on investments of natural, human and economic capital, while at the same time reducing greenhouse gas emission, extracting and using fewer natural resources, creating less waste, and reducing social disparities. So actually you captured all the elements of the definition, so thanks for that. And it allows me now to move to the next one. It's why are green jobs and just transition important? Because we have challenges. As you can see here, 1.2 billion jobs are actually depend on natural, on the environment. For instance, natural system and biodiversity are critical to employment and to ensuring positive social and economic well-being. So I spoke about 1.2 billion jobs here in sectors, but we are all involved in, which are farming, fisheries, forestry, tourism, but also several services and industry one. That was my first point. My second point is that actually 80 million jobs full-time will be lost in 2030 due to heat stress. I mean, I mentioned natural change, climate change, but we know that it's more and more difficult to work when it's very hot. We know that us, maybe we are lucky, we sleep with AC in our room, but some people, they don't have AC at home, but also they have to work under the sun in more and more difficult situation. So that's a reality. But there's also opportunities. We say that 100 million new jobs can be created by 2030, and 100 million new green jobs can be created. We speak about 14 million in Asia among these 100 million. So we have challenges and opportunities. My next point is actually the definition of green jobs. And again, green jobs for us are not only green, but they are decent jobs, meaning people that they have good working conditions in different sectors. I wanted to make it interactive, but maybe to go fast, I will move and give you, what do they mean? So we have 5 dimensions that we'll highlight here, but the first one is to improve energy and raw material efficiency. This is key. The second one, limit greenhouse gas emission. Number 3, minimize waste and pollution. Number 4, protect and restore ecosystem. And number 5, support adaptation to the effect of climate change. So what's what ILO defines as a green job? And you see you have 5 dimensions here, the 5 main ones. I will skip this one. Now, a driver of change in the green transition. I will be quick on this one, but also I want to highlight a few things that the driver of change in the green transition can be, as you see, changing natural or built environment. And I think, you know, we have several colleagues from Germany. We know that Germany invested a lot, actually, in not only building new green infrastructure, but also actually making greener the existing one. That was one dimension. Green technology and innovation, market for green industries and consumers' habits, they are the one that I want to highlight today. Now, interesting for the skills, I move to the skills one and the Tvet dimension. You know, all of you know the COP21, Paris, and the following COP. And some agreements were made during this COP by countries. And they developed what we call the National Development Plan, and they all include different measures to achieve a reduction of climate change. What is very interesting is that you can see that some plans include actually skills development, but you will be surprised that actually, even if countries say we commit to become greener, some of them, and quite a good number, forgot Tvet and skills in their plan. So you can see here that less than 40% actually of these plans at the global level include any plans for skills training to support their implementation. So less than 40%. And over 20% do not plan any human capital-related capacities at all. And it makes me move to the, maybe before to move to the next slide, I want to give an example I have. More and more, because of climate change, companies, the big ones, Adidas, Nike, all the garment-related brands, they put pressure on the factories to produce green clothes and others and footwear. And therefore, this pressure, the factories have to deal with it. But when you speak with factories, there's not actually a lot of knowledge on what they can do, or they can green the processes of production. It's still a bit blur for them. Or you can green the skills of your workers. It's also blur. So we are in a situation where there's a need to invest in green skills. There's a big need, because the pressure will continue, because the consumers from different countries will put pressure to the brands, but will put pressure to the factories. So that's the situation. Now, I move to the next slide here. And again, we have different energy sustainability scenario, and we have also this, what we call the circular economy scenario. I mean, I mentioned 100 million jobs can be created. This is very clear. 14 million in Asia. In both scenarios, we can see that there's a potential of loss and gain. So we can create jobs too. But actually, it's entirely dependent, these new jobs, in investment in reskilling, upskilling, and equip workers with the required technical and core skills. So it means that a just transition to a greener future cannot simply take place if the skills demanded by the labor market is not available. So that was one key message that I wanted to mention here. And I wanted to mention, maybe we speak a lot about Tvet and skills, but I will speak about the involvement of the companies and of the existing workers too in the next steps. Okay, the gender dimension, again, very interesting. We know that there was a presentation on digital transformation. Digital transformation, the risk for people to lose jobs, the most vulnerable, the most at risk are women, with low education. With green transformation, actually, we notice that where there's a biggest risk is actually male in middle skill jobs. So that's a different dimension. Now, reskilling, I mentioned the reskilling measures required. So here you can see that at all levels, low skill, medium skill, and high skill occupation, we need to green it. What we have noticed, there's much more emphasis these days on higher level skills, to green these higher level skills, but as you'd see, the biggest need will be in the medium skills occupation. So that's our research. Just to give you some global perspective of policy coherence, looking at two dimensions, the environment and the coordination. So you can see the one that do the best currently are some European countries. In the region is actually Philippines and Korea, which is doing pretty well. Malaysia also is investing a lot in renewable green jobs. Next step, country case, France. It's not because I'm French, I'm half Swiss. But just, I mean, there was Paris Agreement, and France is trying actually to both set up the environment in order to have policymakers to get information and to share this information and to have a coordination among the different bodies. This is key, and this is my message. There's a need to have coordination among all the ministries. And Ministry of Education, Ministry of Labor needs to be involved in this. Closer to you, Philippines actually has done a lot, both at the policy level, but also, and I will share later the presentation, but for the sake of time, I'm not going to detail, but Cambodia did a lot in terms of policy, but also operational step to green their skills and Tvet system. Now, I want to give you a practical example. So we have been requested by the government of Cambodia and of Thailand and of China, but I won't present it here. I want to focus on ASEAN country, Cambodia and Thailand, to actually support the greening of the system. And my experience is that with something new, we need to be practical and step by step, and go also with humility and learn from the process. And for this, to learn to also engage all of you in the discussion and in the making. So what has been done in Cambodia and is being done now in Thailand is that we support actually Tvet partners, social partners, and environmental stakeholders to actually green the Tvet system as a whole. And for this, we engage policymakers and also operational Tvet schools and stakeholders. For me, if we only focus at the policy level, this is very important, but maybe your institution, schools at the meso level, they are not going to be able actually to implement. So for me, the best model I've seen is when we push together at the same time the policy, but also the operational side, and that the national institution actually do train a good number of people, 5,000, 10,000 students. Then you learn from the process and you can adjust. So policymaker and operational stakeholders. So I mentioned this macro, meso, micro level. They need to be working together. Just to give you an example, so for instance, macro level, policy level, we work hand in hand, again, with national authorities and private sectors and other players in developing national policy, operational guidelines, and action plan because sometimes we focus at the policy level and we forget an action plan, and then the policy stay here and is not implemented. So that's one dimension. The second step is actually supporting school, teacher, chief of education, assessors, to include actually green skills in competency standard, curricula, assessment packages. I mentioned here the assessment packages, including RPL. This is something also key. For this, you need also in parallel to train teachers and in-company trainers on how to actually make this change, how to include these new green skills in the existing training packages. So I mentioned here, for instance, Cambodia, the national institutions are training 5,000 people. So then we'll have some feedback. What works, what doesn't work, and then upgrade the system. Last point that is very important to me is sensitizing employers and upskilling existing workers. We can train the new generation. They can get very good. We can have high-quality green plumbers, for instance, to give you an example. But the young green plumbers, if I'm the supervisor of this plumber at the company level, and I've been working 20 years in my business, and this young guy tell me, okay, now you know we could change the equipment, maybe go greener, I would say, hey, look, my friend, I've been 20 years in the business, here in this company we do like that. And then we have a very high quality trainee who is not going to be able actually to implement the skills, the green skills he learned. So it's why it's important so to upskill the existing workers, to have upskilling green program for technicians existing, for the supervisors, but also at the management level. Because business people, they will see, what can I win? All right. Well, some of them, they may say, okay, I need to do some PR that I'm green, but it's not going to convince all of them. Actually, what will convince them is that they can improve the productivity and make more profit. So if you have people that can tell them, if you use these green technologies and you have green skilled people, you will save $20,000 on electricity bills per year, $5,000 on water, etc., then it speaks. And if we have these three levels connected, thank you for the ring. You're ready for lunch. 5 minutes. I have 5 minutes. So, yeah, I mentioned how is it applied. I don't see it here, but yeah, again, it was step-by-step coaching and learning by doing. Step-by-step coaching, what does it mean? That countries, national institutions, they know much better their strengths and their weaknesses. So we can have coach that accompany them during 1 year, 2 years, 3 years on the topic, but we don't want to have just a trainer coming for 2 weeks and telling them it's how you need to do it. It's gradual because it's a new subject, so it needs time. So I mentioned long-term tutoring coaching, and for you to know, these days we are focusing on several sectors, but the care sector is a big one, construction, garment, hospitality and logistics are also some. Almost finished, and I think this one I can skip, but it's more to show you that actually it's important to have a coherent approach, and skills development measures need to be involved and complementary to other measures. Just some promotion. We have developed a new practical guide, step-by-step, global, on how to actually green Tvet. It's practical guidance. I've been personally involved. It's done with the headquarters, but my message to the headquarters is say, okay, not too much high level. Guidelines are okay, but nobody read it. So let's go practical, step by step. So I think we find something in between, which is at a global standard, but at the same time, very practical. So I will be able to share it with you, and it is being implemented in several countries, including Cambodia and Thailand for ASEAN currently. That's it. I think I will finish on time. So there's more information on ILO skills portal about green skills. But yeah, that's what I wanted to share today. I prefer to be a bit shorter than usual to get also questions if you are still okay. If not, we can discuss during lunch or during the day. But thanks a lot. And I think my last point is a picture of girls in Cambodia. Why? Because actually we noticed that there's a multi-dimensional survey, global survey, that has been done. And they say to have an impact on climate change, the most cost-efficient you can do is to train young girls on climate change. On this, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Mr. Julian Magnet. Can we kindly please request for you to remain on the stage? To show our appreciation, CME of Octech would like to humbly present Mr. Julian Magnet with a certificate for his valuable contribution to the conference. Thank you to Mr. Julian Magnet for sharing with us such intuitive insight on green job and green skills. Thank you very much, Mr. Julian, once again for elevating the CME of Octech conference with your presentation. That concludes panel discussion 1, and it is now time for a lunch break. The next session to CME of Octech conference will resume at exactly 1:45 with presentations on advancing green Tvet for sustainable development, followed by a keynote speech by an esteemed director of Univoc Center from Hong Kong and associate professor, Department of International Education, Education University of Hong Kong. We will see you in the next session. As a reminder to our speakers, high officials, moderators, industry players, we will be distributing a draft of Bangkok resolutions on digitalizing and greening Tvet for sustainable development. This will be distributed by our staff. We kindly request for this feedback and to have them returned after lunch. Thank you very much.
Panel discussion 2 will commence shortly. Please return to your seat as we are about to begin with the second round of presentations of the international conference. Yes? To our speakers, high officials, moderators, industry players who have been distributed a draft of the Bangkok resolutions on digitalizing and greening of Tvet, please be reminded to return the form to our staff. To our speakers, high officials, moderators, industry players who have been distributed a draft of the Bangkok resolutions on digitalizing and greening of Tvet, please kindly return your feedback form to any of our staff in the hall. Thank you. Mission?
I'll look at her. What else?
Are you waiting for her cue?
Yes.
Mission?
We're waiting for your cue. Oh, okay. I stand right below there. It's on. Did you? Are you hungry?
No, we did eat. We just rotated. Did you enjoy your lunch? Yeah, very soon. We're just waiting for Center Director to come, and then we'll begin.
One more of these I can go. Your pen? Or do you have another one?
No, yeah, I do. That's okay. Sorry. It's coming pointed out. Starbucks. Ya, diluruskan lagi ke Starbucks.
Kalau mau pindahkan ke sini.
Ya, fruit sana ke dalam.
Before looking at you now.
Yeah? 3 minutes? Okay. Waiting for Center Director. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, panel discussion 2 will commence in 3 minutes. Please return to your seats as we are about to begin with the second round of presentations of the International Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, panel discussion 2 will commence in 3 minutes. Please return to your seats as we are about to begin with the second round of presentations of the International Conference.
If you want to change, it's change VTR, right? If you do this sign for VTR for VTR, it's just to say that after if you just shoot something else, it's not here that I will do. ถ้าเกิดเหตุการณ์ฉุกเฉินทำเนี่ยแต่ว่าตัดเข้า VTR ตัดเข้าคลิปที่เคยให้ไว้มันจะถือว่าเกิดเหตุการณ์ให้เราตัดเข้าคลิปที่เขาเคยให้ออนไลน์what can this one
Greetings and welcome back to Session 2 of Simeo Voctec International Conference on Digitalizing and Greening Tvet for Sustainable Development. The following panel discussion will focus on Advancing Green Tvet for Sustainable Development, which will be moderated by Ms. Siripon Parvikam, Program Component Manager from GIZ Rico Tvet, Thailand. Without further ado, please welcome Ms. Siripon and the panelists for the session. Gentle reminder to our audience, you may scan the QR code on the screen for any questions you would like to address to the panelists. To our audience, you may scan the QR code on the screen for any questions you would like to address to the panelists. Your questions will be answered at the end of the session. Ms. Siripon, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I think and hope you are ready for the panel discussion too, right? You are with me still? After lunch, it's quite tough for the panel discussion too. But, so we will try our best to keep you awake, okay? So, dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to the panel discussion 2 on Advancing Green Tvet for Sustainable Development. This 1-hour session, we have 5 honorable panelists who will provide us their sharing experiences and thoughts for the topic on Green Tvet for Sustainable Development. This morning, we have heard various aspects and also inputs about digitalization and also Green Tvet. In this panel discussion, we will bring you to hear the examples and practices of each country, how they cope with Green Tvet, and how country responds to this topic, and how to integrate green mindset, green skill, green technology in producing a skilled workforce ready for the future. So without further ado, let me introduce the first speaker. 1 second, please. I have closed my notes. We will have Dr. Siripan Chumnum as the first panelist. Okay. Yes, okay. So Dr. Siripan Chumnum, she is advisor of OVEC, and she received bachelor and master degree from Oklahoma State University, and also a doctorate degree in occupational education from Cornell University. She has a long experience and many experiences in Tvet system at national and international level. Her last position as governmental officer is Deputy Secretary General of OVEC. And after that, she served as a consultant of UNESCO Regional Office Bangkok, researcher for GIZ, and also other donors. At present, she is the president of Vocational Education Institute Council of Thailand Professional Qualification Institute, and also senior advisor on National Qualification Framework NQF of Thailand, and also much more. The presentation of Dr. Siripan will focus on the national strategies, sustainability strategies and programs, and how these have been harmonized with the vocational training policy of Thailand. Dr. Siripan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for Simo Vortex for inviting me to present what we are doing in Thailand. So when we talk about green Tvet, I have to move back to our national policy. Okay. We have what we call 20 years national strategy from 2018 to 2037. Thailand vision of at the end of our 20-year strategy focus on, we hope that our country will be a developed country with security, prosperity, and sustainability in accordance with sufficient economy philosophy. And we have 6 strategies, but one out of 6, it's a very eco-friendly development and growth. And when we talk about sustainability in Thailand, we talk about constant growth of people, income, and quality of life in eco-friendly manner. We talk about production and consumption conduct on environmentally friendly basis, and people embrace social responsibility. And this is what we are forward to according to our national strategy. So right now we have what we call 13 national economics and social development plan that will start next year from 23 to 27. 5 main goals of our 5-year plan include, the first one is to restructure manufacturing in order to adapt to digital economy. The second one is to invest in human resource development to keep pace with digital development. The third one is to provide everyone with equal chance and justice. And the fourth one is to place a greater emphasis on environmental protection and the effects of climate change. And the last one is we talk about prepare for global concern and issues. For Tvet, we have main strategies. We call it 3 main strategies. The strategy 1 involved with curriculum and learning process. Right now, we try to develop new curriculum according to the need and change for green growth and sustainability as well as labor market demand, when we talk about Industry 4.0. Through partnership with industry and developing linkages with occupational standards. For example, the new program that developed like electric vehicle, renewable energy, alternative energy, innovative agriculture that comprise of a lot of programs, using AI and other digital technology. We develop new food safety program and also mechatronics, robotics, automation, and also, of course, a lot of program on digital technologies. The second choice, we also strengthen our existing curriculum and learning process according to change, especially develop learning pathway to those out of schooling system through what we call open entry and open exit programs, validation of experience on credit bank system. The second strategy, we integrate the concept of green Tvet into our teaching and learning process through what we call transversal skills development, or sometimes we said soft science of skill or competency, through project-based learning, work-based, self-directed learning, problem-solving, and decision-making that are key activities. And the last one, we strengthen the concept of green Tvet in extracurricular activities, especially student club, community development, volunteer, environmental development, volunteer. And this is the main three strategies. But anyway, those key strategies have been carried out to what we call partnership system with industry and concerned agency, to what we call digitalization, and also we're talking about occupational standard. We try to work with industry to learn more about how occupational standard related to green Tvet. And this is what we are working on. The last one, I'm talking about challenge and what we move forward and try to work with our partner. We think that we do need toolkits or guidelines for strengthening and integrating green Tvet for our school. Teacher training and development strategies. I don't know, we have to use a lot of digitalization program. We do need some case study for best practice on green Tvet. And we need to develop Tvet development plan. And also we do need, I think, research and study on digital technology for green Tvet. And the last one, I think, workshop like this or any other means of communication, we do need linkages and learning community for green Tvet among our ASEAN countries and also other related agencies. And this is that on I would like to share with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ka. So the key messages from Dr. Siripan's presentation is that, so Thailand, we have the new National Economic and Social Development Plan, and Green Tvet is also included in that. And in the implementation side, OVEC is trying to include the Green Tvet in the partnership system with industry, and also to build the occupational standard with the green skill with the industry, and also to integrate the green mindset into the workforce mindset or future workforce mindset in the world of work. But still, there are some challenges in implementing this policy at institutional level. And I would see that the challenges are also somehow the recommendation to us that we should have some sort of community and linkages among Southeast Asian countries. So this would be the key messages from her. Thank you very much. It's also in time, within 8 minutes. So the second one, the second panelist is also a woman, Assistant Professor Dr. Buntida Upipattanakul. She is the Deputy Director of Academic Resources and Information Technology from Rajamankala University of Technology, Thanyaburi. She received her PhD in Engineering Science from, let me check, from Oxford University. She was awarded as an Outstanding Women in Education from Accreditation Service for International Schools, Colleges and Universities in the UK in 2020. Her main focuses of work are the field of environment and sustainability, very good, in form of teaching, research, consultation, and social development. So from her background, I think we can learn a lot from her experience in environment and sustainability. And we would like also to hear how the university prepare your graduates, future teacher, in applying green mindset and green skills in the teaching, didactics, and teaching subjects. Professor Buntida, the floor is yours.
Okay. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Malam Salikun. Sorry about my voice today. It's been like this 2 weeks already, but I'm free from COVID. So don't worry, I test it every day. Because with limited of time, I don't think I can go too deep, but I would like to give you the overview of what the university is doing on behalf of education sector. Okay. As Dr. Siripan has given you the overview of the policy in Thailand, and on behalf of the university, we will share you. Okay. So to make it simple, I would like to use UN sustainability goal, sustainable goal, to represent the sustainable development in this stage, in this talk, because everyone is used to the concept. And green skill here that I'm talking about is not only skill, but also awareness. Okay. So my name is Buntida. She already introduced me. So I'm here today on behalf of Rajamongkol University of Technology, Thanyaburi. RMUTT is one of the biggest Tvet teachers producer in Thailand. So this is the world. This is what the world is required. The world is changing rapidly, including structural change, greening change, resource scarcity. This has led to change in technology, production process, operation process, including the way we live today. Tvet is one of the key that drive world economy and development, as we have listened this morning, as we need to think about society, economy, and environment together at once, not one thing and missing another. Therefore, Tvet must be responsive to workplace and society. However, to build one person in Tvet with green skill, this cannot be done overnight. It's not as simple as that. Frankly speaking, let's ask everyone in the room, are you really green? Are you carrying plastic bags? Are you wasting a lot of things? We are, right? Even I got a degree from environmental science from Oxford University. I have to admit that I'm not green 100%. This is a very difficult thing to do because we used to something that is very convenient and that is not really green. Okay. And moreover, the pandemic has created so much stress, both physically and mentally. People are too fragile, brittle, to think about being green because they have to protect themselves first and because basic needs are not yet met. We have to admit that there are so many inequality in the world. Hence, it's very important to promote green skill as well as sustainable development in parallel. Okay. So on the picture on the right-hand side, I'm comparing education as a mother because Lachabangkala University is producing the Tvet teacher, so it's like the baby in the womb. Okay, so this is what we want. We want a person with technical skill that is greener, operational skill that's greener, monitoring, so many skills. So in RMUTT, we are trying our best to provide holistic training to produce green Tvet, not only hard skill but also soft skill, and also awareness in green skills, which I have summarized into 5 pillars. Here's teaching, support, student activity, support, environment in the university, and network. So we have adapt teaching, as Dr. Siripan has said, that we are applying and adapting many pedagogy that we use in teaching. Okay. Here's the first one that I'm going to talk about is teaching. The pedagogy that in RMUTT we are trying to focus on hands-on as well as digital literacy. Okay, it's the hybrid pedagogy including digital and hands-on. For example, we use design thinking, project-based in our learning, so students are hands-on. And second one is credit bank. We pay important to people in the workplace as well, that they don't have a chance to study when they were young, or they don't have time to study, so they can they can transfer their skill to the credit that available in the university, and they can study the missing bits and then get the degree. So basically, we are upskilling the workforce in Thailand. The third one is e-learning. So we are trying to go digital online learning. We're trying to make it accessible to everyone, including students and also alumni and other people. So we are trying to make the platform that is easy to access, doesn't use much internet. We also promote learning outside of classroom. For example, in the library, we have like exhibition. We work with the exhibition center, museums, and then we put a lot of things in the library. For example, teaching about waste and teaching about energy, etc. We also promote students to be an entrepreneur, so that the student can apply their skills and then be a good businessman when they leave the university. And also we do research. So this kind of accomplished with the SDG 4 and 9 for the SDG goal, UN SDG goal. Okay, the second one is student activities. So we have many activities that we're trying to build the skill student to have that awareness. For example, we have volunteering club. We take the student out to the urban, to the rural area, build a school. So the student in electrical engineering, in civil engineering, in IT, they go together during the holiday, build one school with their skills. So they get to practice and they get to see what is outside and apply to be green. And we have sustainable economy club, which teach students. So the student in agriculture and in home economics, they can apply the knowledge and trying to meet the sufficient economies. We have like planting activities to build the awareness, fish bleeding, so those meet like SDG goals. Support to make the student finish or graduate, we provide with scholarship. We have part-time jobs so they get to apply and then get the experience in the university. We have help yourself kitchen where the student come and make the food by themselves, so the home economics student can get to practice and cook for their friends. And we have nurse student come and do volunteering to help testing for COVID, etc. So, and the student have to be in the good environment to get used to and then to be able to be the green person. So we have the water reuse policy in the university, green energy, sewage treatment, waste. We have zero waste club in the university, so students get to practice those kind of skill, ability, and awareness. We use plant that is consume low water, so students get to experience and know in various aspects in life about green transport and internationalization. Okay, so last one, you cannot work on just work by your own. So we give them how to do networking. The university also start by ourselves first to network with the company, send the student to work in the company and learn with them. And also we have the student activity that train them to work with other people, which is a very important skill because with the pandemic, with the digitalization, we are now very difficult to work with other people. We are very used to working on our own. So we apply this concept to the social service as well. So we have a best practice. If anyone is interested, we apply all the knowledge that available in Tvet in our university to improve the society in the rural area, to improve the employability and etc. So that will be it for my presentation. So if there's any question, I would like to take that later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you so very much. I think you have more presentation to present, but according to the time, no? So sorry for that, but I think for the presentation, it will be provided the access to the participants later. So the key messages from Professor Bontida is that Tvet should be more responsive to the society and also integrate the green awareness both in society and also in the occupations. So therefore, the university provided holistic solutions to shape the future Tvet teachers with technical, operational, and didactical skills for a greener mindset. So I will go for the third panelist. Dr. Moat Samri Sapli, the chairman of Semio Woktech Governing Board and currently director and CEO of Institute of Brunei Technical Education. IBTE is the largest Tvet provider at the post-secondary level in Brunei Darussalam. Dr. Samri has a long experience in education sector, management consultation, professional development, strategic implementation, and also industry collaboration in technical vocational education and training in Brunei. And I know. He has also experience in dealing with Tibet issues at regional level, whereby from 2017 until 2020, he was the former director of Semio Woktech Regional Center for Tibet based in Brunei Darussalam. And for today, the sharing from him will focus on greening Tibet through strategic partnership for sustainable development. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen. We'll share with you in terms of the initiative being initiated in Brunei through the perspective of Institute of Brunei Technical Education, through the initiative of greening of our industries, and in terms of our strategic partnership with our industry partners. So to begin with a background of the initiative of green in Brunei is based on our Wawasan 2035. It is a national vision of Brunei in which by 2035 the country aspires to recognize in 3 areas as shown on the screen. One is to have the top 10 nations in the world according to the UN Human Development Index in terms of the high quality of life, in terms of the education system, the more competent and highly skilled people, and of course in terms of the economic development to have a high and sustainable economy. So if you look at on the left hand side of the screen, it is the outcome of that Wawasan that we aspire to achieve in 2035, and it is said that the component is incorporated of the sustainable development is embedded in that goals, which is under goal number 6. Okay, meaning that Brunei is aiming for promoting Brunei Darussalam economic security, sustainability and prosperity through a low carbon approach. So that's the meaning of this slide. So in terms of national circumstances, Brunei is one of the highest annual carbon footprint per person in this region. Because of the basic reason I'm going to explain after this, okay? These factors have been contributed by 4 main factors. One, basically, oil and gas is the major contributor of economic development in Brunei in terms of the contribution of economy of Brunei. And Brunei economy is heavily reliant on oil and gas. And diversification efforts are currently in place. However, they are still focused on oil and gas sectors at the moment, which are very energy-intensified industries. Second part of this situation in Brunei, 75% of Brunei is forested. Okay? Meaning that Brunei prioritizes nature-based solutions and mitigations and adaptation measures, which limit the land available for any large projects for renewable energy to be undertaken. And thirdly, is because the energy prices in the country is heavily regulated, and the energy supply is almost 100% from fossil fuel in Brunei. And lastly, as the world seeks move towards more carbon neutrality, fossil fuel may no longer be an option for Brunei current buyer, which may impact Brunei economy in the future. So this is the basic 4 national circumstances of Brunei Darussalam, and there's a need for Brunei to also look into the green technologies and green sectors. Brunei. So this slide just shows you some of the high capita or energy consumption in Brunei Darussalam, which by that one of the key measures to reduce consumption and emissions of our greenhouse gas production is to promote energy efficiency and conservation, and to increase share of alternative energy such as electric vehicles, as well as the use of solar power, renewable energy. Now, climate change is a long-term change in the climate, and everybody experiences in terms of this climate change. What is the effect on our climate and our temperature of our Earth? Now, it is said that climate change patterns has been attributed to increase in global temperature caused by human activities, mainly from the burning of the fossil fuel. And Brunei Darussalam adopts a whole of a nation approach in terms of addressing these issues. And this we established the Brunei Darussalam National Council on Climate Change in 2018. And this council is a government authority and is mandated to develop, implement, as well monitor the Brunei Darussalam climate change policies, strategies, and actions. Now, this slide shows you some of the effects of climate change to Brunei Darussalam, which may affect you as well. And records show that Brunei Darussalam's surface temperature has been increasing over the past 60 years, and the trend is expected to continue to increase further by the end of the century. And the second one is flooding and landslides are the 2 most frequent natural disasters occur naturally in Brunei Darussalam, and commonly during the monsoon season. And these activities or this natural disaster is becoming more frequently in the recent stages of the country. And lastly, reduction on precipitation or the rainfall during the February to March season, coupled with the increasing temperature of the country, has resulted in incidences of forest fires, as well as the effect the forest cover and the equality in the country as well. For that matter, given the Brunei Darussalam vulnerability and some of the challenges facing Brunei on terms of climate change, the government of Brunei Darussalam has developed and implemented plans and actions. And some of the plans are mentioned in the Protocol Hijau, the Green Protocol, as mentioned here. And these are some of the strategies being implemented. This one is to to have some strategies to cover some of the lower the greenhouse emissions in the countries. And one of the initiatives conducted in Brunei is to increase the numbers of forest coverage or the planting of trees in the countries, and the target is to plant 500,000 new trees by 2035. And we also try to increase the number of vehicles, that electrical vehicles, and we aspire to have 60% of total vehicle sales from electric vehicles by 2035. Now, in terms of solar energy or alternative energy or renewable energy, we also aspire to increase the number of use of renewable energy, namely the solar energy, by 10% from the current 0.05% by 2035. Of course, another initiative taken in Brunei is the green building, embarking through our Green Building Council, and they have a very ambitious energy intensity reduction targets in the country. And we also have the Climate Action BN, which also try to promote, to initiate some of the softer skills of students through some of these activities, such as ocean cleanup and beach cleanup during the World Environmental Day, during the Earth Day, and so on. Of course, in terms of strategic partnership between our institution and the industry is very important. And I think we believe that we have a success of our institute is based on KPIs, and the KPI number, number 3, employment rate, and number 4 is very important to us. And for that matter, we are linked or a strategic partnership with our Manpower Planning Employment Council in Brunei, and they have a vision of effective manpower planning and alignment to our students through employment and employability. Of course, they are looking at the supply and the demand side, and also the enablers are those strategies to balance out the supply and the demand. And of course, our Manpower Planning Council are the custodian of the HRD fund. So they have the fund for these trainings, reskilling and upskillings of Bruneian. We're also working very closely with our Manpower Industry Steering Committee. These are the industry partners. And there are 5 MICs partners at the moment. Of course, they are looking at the development of our occupational standard, the NOS, and also the career pathways of the students once they go to the industries. And lastly, we are also working with the industry to look at the digital platform to have their competencies updated. So it's like a digital skill passport. So that's my, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ka, because the time is too short for him, actually. But I think it is also interesting to learn and see that Brunei has a clean and green environment high on the national agenda. And also there are many concrete initiatives to cope with the situation from climate change, reducing greenhouse gas, and also building climate resilience. And also because the time is too short, so we can learn also from the partnership with industry, Manpower Committee, and also many initiatives that happen in Brunei. So we are coming to the 4th panelist, Mr. Amir Radfa. Mr. Amir is the independent consultant specializing in Tvet, sustainable environmental management, institutional strengthening, system management, and also greening skills development. So currently, he is a consultant for developing an environmental management system at the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Geneva office, but we will come why he is here. No? So previously, he worked in several projects in Asia-Pacific countries, and also has many experiences in the field of monitoring, evaluation, auditing at different national and international levels, and being involved with many development projects, organization, and also with GIZ. So in the presentation of Mr. Amir, because he is an expert also in financing green Tvet, so in his presentation, he will focus on how to effectively mobilize resources for sustainable funding of green Tvet, and he will also show challenges and also some solution for way forwards. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thanks, organizer, for this opportunity. Thanks, everyone. It's my pleasure to be part of this program, and I will try to use the best of this time to share some experiences with you. Of course, I'm not a finance person, but based on my experience with different projects, especially linked to green Tvet or environmental management development systems, I'm trying actually to use all those blended skills to see how we can encourage the countries, the ministries, especially ministries of education, to do better for increasing their funds, but not also funds the resources, because it's very important now, before going to because I have only 2 slides, I just want to highlight that when we talk about resource mobilization, it's not just finance or financial actually resources. We also need to focus on non-financial components of this resource mobilization. So, but anyway, maybe by default, whenever we talk about resource mobilization, immediately it comes to mind to focus on finance, which is really true because we need, especially during these days, we hear a lot about a lack of funds. I was in a meeting yesterday, the outlook, economic outlook of ASEAN countries yesterday organized by ADB-SCAP. And it's also very interesting that last week we had a meeting. I was participant of that meeting organized by BIBB and also, I think, Univoc in Germany. It was about hydrogen transition in Germany, especially because of the current energy crisis in Germany. And it's very well linked to the topic of this meeting. We also hear about the upcoming COP meeting, COP27 in Egypt. And I heard also, and I could see also from some side events information that ILO with UNICEF and also with UNEP, they are also initiating to launch a new program on green skills development and creating green jobs. So the question is always actually how we can do this resource mobilization, because we understand, especially for green Tvet specifically, we understand that this is becoming very, very big issue. Even COP27, now they say that this is the time for implementation, because we already have lots of information, many documents. But the question is, okay, we know why, we know actually what should be done, but how to do this actually needs more implementation. And I think is it my slides or? Okay, because anyway, I changed actually my presentation and I sent the revised one. That's why they are using actually the old version of my presentation. Anyway, because I got the message that it's okay, and but anyway, I will use these slides, no problem, because I tried actually to make it more updated and more like simple, but it's okay. So that's why I was a bit surprised, honestly. So yeah, the question is always actually how to tackle with the challenges, because it's very clear that we know that we need to actually do the better works on resource mobilization, but we are lacking the policies. I think Julian actually made my life very easy, because he mentioned that less than 40% of countries, when they talk about actually these green finance and climate finance issues, they really don't have that much components on green skills development in their national plans. So that's very, very clear that we are lacking the policies, green policies. So, and that policy, it's not just policy, we should have also implementation plans. So for that, we need to work with different agencies. And I just want to use this time, because it's just very short time, that we, I mean, Ministry of Education and training institutes, vocational training centers, the decision makers, we shouldn't be passive to wait for international agencies to come to us to offer something, which is really good because this is happening a lot. But we also need to be proactive. We need to chase to see where is money and where is the sources or resources we are looking for. So that's why we have to work with any partner, specifically green partners. When we say green partners, there are some companies which are very specialized in the field of green technologies. In any country you find them. There are some agencies out of even UN system, but they are well connected to UN or international development agencies, and majority of them, they are in this region. Especially they have regional offices, for example, in Bangkok, like GGGI. I'm not advertising or talking specifically about any agency, but I'm just trying to give an example that we really need to see actually what they are doing and what sort of components they are doing related to climate finance or climate change development issues, and where you can position yourself. This is what we need to work on it. I mean, Ministry of Education, they really need to even hire some people as a consultant, or maybe in the future it will be part of your organizational chart, that someone should take care of this resource mobilization task. That's why now currently we see even UN agencies, they are using actually new approaches, for example, how to put some cross-cutting issues, for example, environmental concerns or environmental related issues, gender balance issues in their proposals when they are sending to the donors, especially those agencies where they really need to do more capacity building in their own system. That's why even they are hiring full staff members or maybe consultants or contractors, because this is absolutely a need. Because when we look into our system, I mean, we talk about these universities who are doing really very good job to train the teachers or trainers for vocational training system, but we have also Tvet staff. I mean, this is like Tvet management, and I understand that some universities, I guess your university also, like UTMB in Bangkok, they are specialized also in the field of training the Tvet staff. So, and these are the decision makers at that level to understand the meaning of green Tvet and resource mobilization. But if you look into the curriculum of those universities, and it's not only Thailand, because I had the chance to work in other countries, and when you see the curriculum of those universities who are teaching and training the Tvet staff, like the managers, even those who are taking the positions in the ministries, you can't really find that much on these topics which are new topics. So that's something we really need to go back to those universities or any centers who are helping our system to upskill or management level to understand these new cross-cutting issues. Because we really need to help each other. That's why we need more partnership. And this partnership should go to different levels with development agencies, international agencies. Also, they are trying to be more coordinated, because sometimes we see that there are some also like lack of coordination between international agencies. But from our side also we have this lack of coordination internally. So there should be some more regional cooperation, especially as we are with ASEAN countries now here. I think it's a good chance for us to know that how we want to identify the governance system to strengthen or to institutionalizing actually the issue of greening skills, resource mobilization at country level or regional level, for example. Like, for example, if I look into country profiles of Tvet, which is existing on Univoc country profiles dynamic system, it's also available on CMEO WorkTech country profile, because this is already provided by the countries, and you have the country profile. One topic of this country profile is governance system. I believe, as an expert, that we also need to have component of that governance to identify the definition of governance system related to greening, Tvet, and especially we can actually position this issue of resource mobilization. And we need to bring more in cooperation from the Ministry of Finance. That's why when I was with ESCAP during last 2 years, even I talked to the deputy of ESCAP with Kaveh Zahedi, I said, look, this is something I believe that ESCAP also should take maybe some steps forward, to work with Ministry of Education, because ESCAP is Economic and Social Commission of United Nations in this region. And for sure, because of the social part, we need to do more with Ministry of Education. This is just as a freelance expert's suggestion, and he said, yes, I believe we also need to do more. So that's why when we talk about green productivity, because Julian rightly mentioned that we shouldn't actually just talk about green from the green perspective or environment. We should actually highlight the issues of productivity and the benefits, and we have to bring up the idea of business related to, because when you want to get the money and you want to actually talk to different people about resource mobilization to fund or to cooperate, then you should show the value of what is at the end, income for them. So that's why I think this is a good chance for ASEAN countries to work with APO, because we have Asian Productivity Organization based in Tokyo. It's long time. I was very lucky to be trained as maybe the first batch of educators of APO on green productivity. And the whole concept of that 1 month training program in Malaysia, in Intan Training Center, I was there in 2002, was on green productivity, how to demonstrate and to disseminate the economic results of environmental protection in industries. And that's exactly linked to what Julian mentioned. I'm happy because it's very well linked now. So that's exactly how it works for us to encourage ourselves and encourage partnership, because that partnership also needs fund. So this is exactly what we need to do. It's all about partnership. It's all about to work together. And of course, it's all about, how to try to identify the existing sources, not only financial sources, but also non-financial components, because there are so many expertise, capacity building, or kind of, cooperation, which should be strengthened in a way that even without actually going to fund lines, we can actually get some ideas. For example, I was visiting some of the training centers here in Thailand, also had the chance to visit in other countries, that there are cooperation with private sector to get the equipment. So that partnership to get the equipment can be extended, to focus also on green. So we can go further to get some maybe partners from those companies who are specialized in this field of solar panels. And the last thing, because time is over, but we can actually continue to talk later. Last thing, I shouldn't forget that when we say greening Tvet or greening skills or green jobs, we shouldn't forget that we have to also make the whole training centers and vocational centers green, in a way that when we develop the concept of establishing new training center, are we really putting the environmental designing in that concept? Because when you go to the training center, and for the students, for the teachers, it's very important to learn from the environment also, not just from the papers. They should see what is the meaning of energy consumption. That's why we encourage the schools, when they want to make a new school at the ministry level, they really need to work with some engineering councils. We have engineering councils in every country, especially on the construction, and they have the knowledge. You have to put the insulation, the foam systems to reduce the consumption of energy in your buildings. As a good example to show to your students, you have to use the solar panels for yourself, not just to talk about solar panel or green skills for the sake of, your future job. So these are the things I think we can really make it more linked to our system in a way that we should mainstream environmental concerns to each aspect of our operations and functions in our vocational training centers, also in Tvet system and in the products we are producing. Thank you so much, and sorry if I took too much of time more than that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think everyone can see that you are very into the Tvet. From your key messages, Kun Amir have shared also their starting point that there are several initiatives, studies and events around the topic of Green Tvet. And also very important is that the national and institutional agency need to look at their needs, analyze their needs, and also looking for partnership with regional and international agencies, of course, for possible mobilization of funding. And also the government should have the governance system for funding Tvet in place, and also to include the business to talk about the benefits of business in productivity and also values in investing in green Tvet. So I think he has a lot more to share, but because of the time, so it will be the first round. I think there will be also some question from the floor, no? But I think we would give the floor to the fifth panelist from ASEAN Secretariat, Ms. Amelia Serrano, or Amy, the Senior Officer, Education, Youth and Sports Division, Human Resource Development Directorate, and also Socio-Cultural Community Department from ASEAN Secretariat. In her position now, she is Senior Officer of the Education, Youth and Sport Division in ASEAN Secretariat, and also provides policy and technical advice in education-related matters, and also facilitate the development, implementation, and evaluation of programs, projects, and also initiatives. So now she will provide us the direction and also the initiatives of ASEAN Secretariat right now to cope with digitalization and also the green Tvet. So Amy, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Councillor Porn. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to share ASEAN's work in digitalizing Tvet. My presentation will focus on the existing policies, the frameworks, and the declaration, and some of the initiatives in advancing digitalization and Tvet agenda in the region. So first, to foster digital transformation in the region, ASEAN is guided by different frameworks, master plan, and strategies, among which I'm showing in the slide, is the ASEAN Digital Master Plan 2025. So this master plan envisions that in the next 5 years, the ASEAN region will advance significantly toward becoming a digital economy and society. But how do we envision such economy and society? First, we envision a society where everyone in the region is using digital services to enhance daily lives. For instance, interacting with family they cannot meet, to receive a better education or health services through digital services. Second, it also means that the ASEAN member state economies, whether large or small businesses, use digital services to be more productive. It also means public bodies which offer a much wider range of easy-to-access and quick-to-use services to ASEAN citizens. Third, it means a more prosperous region wherein ASEAN member states are able to expand more easily across the region so as to offer a wider range of cheaper and better products to all ASEAN countries. Lastly is to recover more quickly from the COVID-19 pandemic over the next few years, guided by the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework, and to do so in a way which is greener and more sustainable in the long term. So of course, achieving this vision will require governments, regulators, and market players to work together in complementary ways. So aside from the ASEAN Digital Master Plan, ASEAN also has this Master Plan on ASEAN Connectivity 2025, which was adopted by ASEAN leaders at the 28th or 29th ASEAN Summit in Vientiane, which aims to achieve a seamlessly and comprehensively connected and integrated ASEAN that will promote competitiveness, inclusiveness, and greater sense of community. Perhaps another one that I could cite would be the ASEAN Consolidated Strategy for the Fourth Industrial Revolution. So under Brunei Darussalam's chairmanship of ASEAN, the Consolidated Strategy is guiding the ASEAN community's progression towards digital transformation in a unified, comprehensive, and coordinated manner for the benefit of the society. So it focuses on, this Consolidated Strategy focuses on 3 areas. One is technological governance and cybersecurity. Second is digital economy. And third is on digital transformation of society. So one policy that actually directly supports Tvet is the ASEAN Declaration on Human Resources Development for the Changing World of Work. So this declaration was adopted by 36 ASEAN Summit in the midst of the pandemic in 2020. Through this declaration, the ASEAN resolves to undertake several actions, taking into account the capacities and resources, of course, of the member states to prepare the ASEAN human resources for the changing world of work. Which focuses on improving the inclusivity of education and employment for all, especially with respect to improving access and quality of skills training and job opportunities, promoting policies and initiatives for lifelong learning, enhancing the responsiveness and cohesiveness of labor, educational, economic policies and institutional frameworks toward better employment opportunities, employability, higher income, job security, quality of jobs, and enterprise competitiveness. And it also encourages harmonization of Tvet competency standards and recognition in ASEAN member states. So this declaration was actually the main basis also in establishing the ASEAN Tvet Council as a platform for coordination, research, and development on innovations and monitoring of regional programs that support the advancement of Tvet in the region. So what is the ASEAN Tvet Council? So the ASEAN Tvet Council is a multi-sectoral, cross-sectoral body consists of representatives from ASEAN member states from the economic, education, and labor sectors, the businesses and industry sectors, and other relevant stakeholders. So the ASEAN Tvet Council has also developed and adopted this 10-year work plan, 2021 to 2030, which includes specific priority areas such as research, enhancing Tvet image, quality assurance, the qualifications of Tvet professionals, including Tvet implementation and financing. And one of the major outcomes of this ASEAN Tvet Council work plan is to actually, it aims to improve digital readiness, resilience to disruption, and ability of Tvet systems and Tvet institutions to adapt and respond to emerging trends and challenges. So perhaps I could cite one of the key activities of the ASEAN Tvet Council that was organized this year that relates to digitalization is the first regional policy dialogue on Tvet governance in the era of digitalization and Industry 4.0. So this is the first in the series of policy dialogue aimed to be a platform for mutual learning and sharing of achievements and lessons learned from the ASEAN region and beyond. So the policy dialogue was held back-to-back event, as a back-to-back event with the second organizational development workshop in Hanoi. So this regional policy dialogue aimed to inform the joint work of the ASEAN Tvet Council work plan at the regional level, as much as the debates of human resource development and Tvet reforms in ASEAN member states, with a focus on policy implementation. And at the end of the policy dialogue, there were recommendations on various aspects of Tvet governance that was presented during the policy dialogue. Okay, perhaps another one that I could also cite share in here is the recent initiative, the most recent one. I hope some of you know about this declaration on digital transformation of education systems in ASEAN. So this is more focused on education. This is very recent. It covers all levels of education. It has actually been endorsed by the ministers in the last ministerial meeting in Hanoi last October 12. And so the focus of this declaration is on implementing appropriate digital pedagogies, fostering digital literacy and transferable skills, access to safe digital learning opportunities and shared repository of learning resources, and access to quality digital learning resources. So this declaration also tried to look into the digital divide within the region. So we're trying to address these challenges as well. And of course, it highly encourages and supports public and private partnerships. So we really need partners in this one. So we hope we could collaborate later once the declaration is already finally adopted so that we can operationalize how we will implement this declaration. And the last two slides that I will present would be just to highlight the support, of course, of our regional partners, one of which is the Regional Cooperation for Tvet in ASEAN, wherein this Tvet program has been supporting the ASEAN member states since 2014, and now the 2023 or the phase 3 program focuses on the adaptation of the Tvet system to digitalization. So if I may just cite an example of what they're doing right now, the big help to ASEAN member states is this innovative teaching and learning solutions for Tvet, wherein this is the capacity building initiative for a series of online workshops and needs assessment processes have been conducted to assemble the most demanded competencies and skills in the digital age and further develop these regional in-service training modules in Fit for Industry 4.0. So the further development of training modules is expected to incorporate relevant digital skills and e-pedagogy for Tvet professionals, blended learning, digitized potential content, more interactive e-learning to be embedded on the CVETnet learning platform. So the regional training modules and national implementation was rolled out this year. So far, Tvet has already trained over 83 Tvet institutions, Tvet multipliers from 10 ASEAN countries. Another innovative teaching and learning solution for Tvet is this regional training program on advisory skills for change agent in digital transformation and future skills requirement. So the objective is to equip Tvet multipliers with the skills to take on the role of change agents to provide advice to organizational digital transformation and future skills requirements. The regional training program is expected to incorporate digitized training materials, interactive learning methodology, and relevant digital skills. So far, Tvet has trained over 20 multipliers from Tvet institutions and companies from ASEAN countries, of which 10 are women. So this ends my presentation, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Amy. So the key messages from Amy is that in the vision of ASEAN Digital Master Plan, ASEAN economy should be developed in a greener and more sustainable way. And there are several initiatives around the digitalization and green topics, such as the ASEAN Tvet Council, and also Declaration on Digital Transformation of Education System in ASEAN. And there are several initiatives and also training which are embedded the green mindset and also green skills in that training programs. So this will be the last panelist, and I think because of the time, I would like to allow for the question, and I have seen there are 2 questions. How does university apply green Tvet to society? I know it will be Professor Buntita. And how to overcome challenges in the Thai Tvet policy. This would be also Dr. Siripan, no? Okay,ค่ะ. Professor Buntita, you first?
Okay.
But to answer the first question.
Okay, is it possible to go back to my slide just a bit? There's a picture which probably easier to explain. So I would like to give one example of the village that we visited. It's in Chiang Rai, and we went to, first of all, we have to find the answer first. Yes, this one. So we have to find out what's the problem first. So we went for interview, we talked to the villager, and we found that there's the income per household, there's only 2,000 baht per month per household. That's less than 100 bucks per month that they have per family. So, okay, so that's the key that we got. So what we do is we try to implement everything in one activities. So as Dr. Amir said, that the networking is very important. We know that our students, Tvet students in the university, they only stay in their own majors. So what we do is we try to blend them together. So we went to this village, we built the school. So we have electrical engineer, civil engineer, and we have architect together, so mixture of students. So they get to network with each other. So that's the training that they get during the activities. And further, they have to apply their knowledge to the real world situation. So they have to build a school from what they learn. So it's not just theoretical things in the classroom. So that's what we're trying to apply Tvet. And then further on, that school, this is actually part of UNESCO UNIWOC funding that we received, I think, 2 years ago. So we're trying to think of the product is sustainable, it's green. So we went around and then see what is in the village, in the environment there. So, let's go back to the building. The building is designed to be eco. So then it's sustained, they use alternative energy, they use solar cell. So the student actually have to calculate how many things, how many battery they need for this much of electrical device. So they all have to do the real things. And then we were thinking what to teach, so then the villager have the skill to make the income, extra income. So we then went around to see bamboo, because bamboo is fast-growing plant, they can eat. So we teach them how to, so the student teach them how to cook the dish from bamboo, and then the root, the plant, no, the tree, the bamboo tree, we then make into waving. So we teach them how to wave, and that will be the product of the village. So they can they can make the living, so they can gain extra income from this sustainable green products. So all of these students get to see. So they already absorb or learn indirectly from doing this activity during the summer holiday. We also teach students how to burn charcoal, because we have a lot of waste, agricultural waste in the village. So using Tvet knowledge, we teach them how to build a cheap oven, and then how to burn and how to apply, how to use and make into product. And they also get the certificate and they can transfer into credit. So this is like one activity that we're trying to put everything in a very, very short time. So then students get to build or learn indirectly, so that they can be a one real Tvet with green skills, both awareness and their aspect and their skills. Okay, so that's what we did with UNESCO, UNIWOC, and then university and the village and the temple. So we tried to network them together. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for the interesting examples. I think it is also very important for Tvet that you link to the community, because you know the community best, and then you make the best out of it. So this would be a good example from the university. So the second question, how to overcome challenges in the Thai Tvet policy?
When we talk about how to overcome challenges in the Thai Tibet policy, I think that I'm sure that we do need cooperation, we need partnership with industry and concerned agency. We need expertise, I think. And like our friend from IO said, we do need plan at national level, a clear. Probably, I think the clear policy already exists, but we do need, at the macro level, but meso level, at the ministry level, we do need, like policy plan at, like, always policy. And the last one is at the college or school level, we do need operation plan, to overcome those challenges. But anyway, I am sure that when we talk about Tvet, green Tvet, I really think that we do need partnership with concerned agency, especially with industry, and also our international levels agency that do have experience on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ka. I think this question is quite broad. There are also several aspects into the Tvet policy, I think, and also in the institutional policy or work policy, how to cope with that as well. And as Dr. Sripan has mentioned that in this, you cannot achieve alone. You need partner, you need industry, and also you need to build up the capacity of Tvet personnel in company training, etc. So there are many, many dimensions inside and which you can overcome challenges in Tvet system. So I think this would be the end of the session. On behalf of Semio WalkTech and GIZ Record Tvet, I would like to thank you, our panelists, for your efforts in sharing your experiences with us. I believe that the participants can use your insights and also knowledge to evaluate the situation of advancing green Tvet in their respective institutions and also countries. For more information, as I have mentioned, that Semio WalkTech will provide you the access to the presentations. Thank you so much for your patience and also for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you to our discussion two panelists. Going forward is a certificate ceremony as a token of appreciation from Semio WalkTech to all esteemed speakers. May we invite Semio WalkTech Center Director, Mr. Alias, for the certificate presentation. Can we kindly request for the panelists to remain on the stage? Thank you. We are pleased to present a certificate to Associate Professor Dr. Buntida Wapipan Tanakul, to Associate Professor Dr. Buntida, Dr. Siripan Chumnum, to Dr. Haji Muhammad Zamri Haji Sabli, Mr. Amir Radfar, and Ms. Amalia Serrano. Ms. Amalia Serrano. And not forgetting our panel discussion moderator too, Ms. Siripon Parvikam, Program Component Manager, GIZ Record Tvet, Thailand. Can we call upon the panelists onto the stage once again for a group photo?
Thank you, Mr. Alias. And on behalf of Simeo Voctech, we would like to once again thank our panelists and moderator for their great presentations on the Advancing Green Tvet for Sustainable Development, which will certainly help steer the Tvet community in the region to achieve more desirable and hopefully sustainable outcome in the future. To our speakers, high officials, moderators, industry players, who have been distributed with a draft of Bangkok resolutions on digitalizing and greening of Tvet for sustainable development, we kindly request for this feedback to be returned. You may submit this to any Simeo Voctech staff on the first row of tables on your right, side of the hall, by 3:30 p.m., so that we have time to integrate your inputs. The center will take your no input as an agreement to the content of resolutions. To our speakers, high officials, moderators, industry players who have been distributed with a draft of Bangkok resolutions, we kindly request back for this feedback to be returned. You may submit this to any Simeo Voctech staff on the first row of tables on your right side of the hall by 3:30 p.m. No inputs will be taken as an agreement to the content of resolutions. Thank you. Now, we are delighted to invite our next keynote speaker, who will present on the adoption of Tvet